Chapter 45-49. Could it be that someone else has already found the cave? Bring me there. The bridge of his nose was high and his eyes were cold. Yes. The heavenly human from before nodded and led the group down into the forest. They arrived at a patch of grass. Sure enough, there was a cave in the bush. This cave was the mine that Xiaoqiu had dug out. This cave seems to have been dug out not long ago. It's definitely not more than 10 years old. The middle-aged heavenly human said. Among the dozen or so heavenly humans, the middle-aged heavenly human and the old man with the high nose were obviously the leaders. I wonder who was one step ahead of us. Is it our own people, Heaven Destroyer's people, or someone from another race? The old man with the high nose said. If there really are metal ores down there, the other party wouldn't have left so quickly. Let's go down and take a look. The middle-aged heavenly human's eyes flashed coldly. That's right. Let's go down and take a look. The few of you stay outside. The rest of you follow us in. The heavenly human tribe elder with a tall nose instructed. Out of the 13 of them, 3 were left to stand guard outside while the remaining 10 flew into the mine. The mine was straight down. The 10 heavenly humans concealed their auras and carefully descended. At the same time, all kinds of weapons appeared in their hands, ready to attack at any time. Although the Heavenly Star District was a newly developed area of the Heavenly Human Tribe, there was no guarantee that no one else would come in. If it was the Heavenly Human Tribe or someone from another race in the mine, it would be fine. However, if it was the Heaven Destroyer's people, they would directly attack. In the mine, Lu Ming was still cultivating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Someone was coming down. Lu Ming's spirit sense was extremely sharp. Although the Heavenly Human Tribe's people had concealed their auras, he still sensed them. Xiaoqiu, come here. Someone's coming. Lu Ming transmitted his voice with his spirit sense. Xiaoqiu flew back to Lu Ming's side like a bolt of lightning. Then, it quickly squirmed on Lu Ming's body, transforming into an armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he arrived at the ore wall. His body merged with the ore wall and became one with the surrounding black heaven source gold Oregon. This was of course Xiaoqiu's special ability. It could completely merge its body into metal ores without any flaws. Xiaoqiu enveloping Lu Ming had a similar effect. At the same time, Lu Ming cast the great concealing art to restrain his aura. Lu Ming had just hidden himself when the 10 Heavenly Human Tribe members arrived. As soon as the 10 Heavenly Human Tribe cultivators arrived, they were already in a defensive position. No one. Not a single person. Could it be that they have already left? What a big mine. They actually dug out such a big space. This is definitely not something that can be done in 10 years. Could it be that they have a lot of people? These look like teeth marks. That's strange. What did they use to dig them out? After the Heavenly Human Tribe cultivators sized up the mine, they began to discuss among themselves. After more than 2 years, Xiaoqiu had already gnawed out half of the ore. A huge underground space had appeared. Don't let your guard down. The ore here is obviously not finished. How could the other party leave so easily? They might be hiding in the dark. Don't let your guard down. The old man with the tall nose said coldly. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around. The other Heavenly Human Tribe cultivators also looked around carefully. They spread out their spiritual senses and searched carefully. However, they did not find anything. They did not find Lu Ming. Indeed, there is no one. Perhaps the other party really did have something urgent to attend to and left. The Heavenly Human Tribe cultivators finally let down their guard. Even the Heavenly Human Elder with the tall nose was the same. What kind of ore is this? At this moment, the Heavenly Human Tribe cultivators finally focused their attention on the ore. When they took a closer look, their eyes widened and their hearts raced. They were extremely shocked. These seem to be black heaven source gold ores. Yes, they are really black heaven source gold ores. That's right. I've seen them before. There are so many black heaven source gold ores. We're rich. The Heavenly Human Tribe cultivators were ecstatic. Even the 2 leaders of the Heavenly Human Tribe cultivators, the old man with the tall nose and the burly man, were ecstatic. Their breathing became heavy. Those were Black Heaven Source gold ores. Even if they were not purified, they would be invaluable. What a pity! So much of the Black Heaven Source gold ores have been dug out. Then, the heavenly human tribe cultivators were heartbroken. Clang. An old man took out a shovel and started to dig. However, when the shovel landed on the ore, it made clanging sounds and sparks. However, it only left a shallow mark on the ore. The old man's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the divine god realm. He could not dig it out at all. The Black Heaven Source gold ores are extremely hard. Only divine masters with special tools can dig it out. Don't think about it. Stay here obediently. We'll give you some later. The burly man in the lead grinned. Those God Emperor realm existences looked dejected. Lu Ming had been secretly observing the 10 heavenly human tribe cultivators. 2 4th-layer divine masters, 1 3rd-layer divine master, 1 2nd-layer divine master, and 6 9th-layer divine masters. Lu Ming thought to himself. His expression was grave. The heavenly human tribe cultivators were extremely powerful. The 6 9th-layer divine masters of the heavenly human tribe were negligible. However, the 4 divine masters were not to be underestimated. They were from the heavenly human tribe. Their combat power was stronger than ordinary tribes. In particular, the 2 4th-tier divine master experts gave Lu Ming a lot of pressure. I can't give up on the Black Heaven Source gold. I have to get rid of these heavenly human tribe cultivators. Lu Ming thought to himself. The Black Heaven Source gold was a special material for crafting soul-grade divine weapons. It was too rare and precious. Lu Ming did not want to give it up. The remaining Black Heaven Source gold ores would be enough to craft 2 soul-grade divine weapons. Moreover, the Black Heaven Source gold ores contained desolate crystals. However, the 2 4th-layer divine masters were not easy to deal with. My advantage is that they haven't discovered me yet. If I launch a sudden attack and kill or severely injure one of the 4th-layer divine masters, I might have a chance of winning. Lu Ming analyzed the combat power of the 2 sides. If the 2 4th-layer divine masters of the heavenly human tribe teamed up, Lu Ming might not be their match. However, if he could get rid of one of them right from the start, Lu Ming still had some confidence in dealing with one of them. As long as his opponent was not a freak or a monster. His trump card was the origin energy. If he used it together with the war god spear, he was confident that he could deal with one of them. After making up his mind, Lu Ming started to prepare. The forbidden energy in his body started to circulate. He was ready to take out the war god spear at any time. However, at this moment, the heavenly human elder with the tall nose suddenly turned around and scanned the surroundings. Chapter 45-50. The heavenly human elder with the tall nose seemed to have discovered something. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly stopped circulating the forbidden energy and restrained his aura. As expected of a 4th-layer divine master expert, his spiritual perception was extremely sharp. He seemed to have discovered something when Lu Ming had just circulated the forbidden energy. Yi Chu Gongcong, what did you discover? The leader of the group asked. I suddenly felt that something was wrong. I sensed danger, the heavenly human elder with the tall nose said. The tall-nosed celestial race elder said. His name was Yi Chu Gongcong. You sense danger? But there aren't any other living beings here? The leader asked. His spiritual perception was obviously not as good as Yi Chu Gongcong's. It's better to be careful. After all, the other party only dug out a portion of the ore here before leaving. You should know that this is Black Heaven Source gold ore, Yi Chu Gongcong said. No one would complain about having too much of such precious ore. However, only a portion of the ore had been dug out. Clearly, something was wrong. You're right. This matter is indeed strange. However, we can't rule out the possibility that the other party left because of an emergency. Still, it's better to be safe than sorry. The 6 of you, search the surroundings carefully. Check inch by inch. See if there are any abnormalities or hidden formations. The leading burly man ordered the 6 celestial emperors. Yes. The 6 divine emperors of the heavenly human tribe obeyed the order. Then, they came to the underground space and started to search inch by inch. They were afraid that someone had set up a hidden formation in a corner. Someone was hiding in the dark. One of the heavenly human elders quickly approached Lu Ming. He kept patting the wall with his hand and injected heavenly power. Once there was a formation, it would definitely react. Qiu, let's hide behind. Lu Ming secretly communicated with Qiu. Qiu took Lu Ming and moved silently through the ore until they were a few hundred meters deep. The 9th layer Divine Emperor Heavenly Human didn't find anything when he checked where Lu Ming had been. After that person left, Qiu brought Lu Ming outside and floated on the surface of the ore. This way, Lu Ming could better observe the other party. Not long after, the 6 heavenly humans thoroughly searched the place, inch by inch, but they still failed to find anything. Yi Chu Gongcong, it seems like you're overthinking things. With such a meticulous search, if there was someone hiding in the dark, we would have found them long ago. The leader of the group laughed. Yechu Gongcong also nodded and didn't say much. Let's start mining. Such a hard or will take a long time. The leader said. A shovel appeared in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. He began to dig. The other 2 divine master heavenly humans also began to dig. Yechu Gongcong's eyes flickered a few times. He shook his head and smiled. It seems that I was overthinking. After saying that, a shovel appeared in his hand and he was ready to start digging. However, at this moment, Yechu Gongcong suddenly took a step forward. His body was like a flash of lightning as he dashed toward the wall on the side. He was rushing toward the place where Lu Ming was hiding. As he was rushing out, the shovel in his hand disappeared. It was replaced by a long spear. The sharp spear was covered in heavenly energy as it pierced toward Lu Ming. This scene greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming really thought that the other party hadn't discovered him, so he relaxed a little. He didn't expect the other party to suddenly attack. At this moment, it was too late for Qiu to take him deeper into the ore. He could only take the attack head-on. Qiu, don't attack. Lu Ming shouted. He shook his arms and shook off Qiu's attack. Then he threw a punch. Qiu was only a divine emperor. He didn't need Qiu to help him block the other party's attack. The difference between them was too great. Although Qiu had strong vitality, it was still very likely that it would be killed by the other party in one move. Boom! Lu Ming's fist landed on the other party's long spear. There was a loud bang and the entire mine cave shook violently. This move also sent Lu Ming flying out. He slid along the stone wall of the mine cave. There was a bloody hole on his fist. Even his bones were pierced and blood was gushing out of it. Just now, the other party had been accumulating energy for this attack while he had only taken it head-on. He was naturally no match for the other party. What? There really is someone. The other celestial race experts also reacted. The 3 Godlord experts stopped digging, and powerful energies enveloped Lu Ming. A first-level Godlord was actually able to block one of my attacks. Kid, your strength isn't bad. No, you're Lu Ming. Yi Chu Gongcong coldly said at first, but he immediately recognized Lu Ming and raised his voice. Lu Ming had been alone in this mine, so he naturally wouldn't use the great imitation art to hide his identity. Thus, the other party had recognized him at a glance. It really is Lu Ming. Haha, I didn't expect to run into him here. As long as we can take him down, Lord Empyrean will definitely reward us handsomely. The other Divine Lord experts were overjoyed. The 4th-level God Lord expert in particular was all smiles, his eyes blazing. Lu Ming was now a hot steamed bun in the eyes of the celestial race. Anyone who could take down Lu Ming would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step. But Lu Ming had been hiding in the Heaven Destroyer base this entire time. Even though the countless experts of the Heavenly Palace wanted to take down Lu Ming, they couldn't do anything about it. But they hadn't expected to run into Lu Ming here. How did you discover me? Lu Ming stared at Yi Chu Gongcong and asked. I didn't discover you. I just sensed a wisp of killing intent leaking out from this place. I'm a paranoid person, so I decided to test it out. I didn't expect someone to really be hiding here, and it's you, Lu Ming. As Yi Chu Gongcong spoke, he moved closer to the entrance of the mine to prevent Lu Ming from escaping. This guy is really meticulous, Lu Ming frowned. He had indeed planned to retreat if he couldn't win. But since the other party had already blocked his path of retreat, he could only fight. Let's test the strength of these people first. If they aren't too monstrous and abnormal, I might be able to put up a fight. Lu Ming thought as the forbidden energy in his body circulated wildly. The war god's spear also appeared in his hand. Moreover, the battle character art had already activated 7 times the fighting strength and was trying to activate 8 times the fighting strength. Why waste words with him? Kill. The leader shouted. His burly body pressed toward Lu Ming like a mountain. A golden giant hammer appeared in his hand, and he smashed it toward Lu Ming's head. The giant hammer was covered in a layer of gray energy. It was the heavenly extermination energy, one of the most powerful heavenly powers. Heaven Breaker! Lu Ming shouted softly. The war god's spear pierced out and pierced the golden hammer. Chapter 45:51. The war god's spear collided with the golden war hammer, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Violent energy waves swept out in all directions. Not good. There were 6 other cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer in that area. Their facial expressions changed drastically. 4 of them frantically retreated, trying to avoid the sweeping force. 2 of them were smarter and didn't retreat. Instead, they rushed toward Yechu Gongcong. "Come to me!" shouted Yechu Gongcong furiously. He released his strength and surrounded the 2 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer, but the other 4 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer were too late. The 4 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer were surrounded by the Qi. They tried their best to resist, but it was useless. The Qi released by the collision between Lu Ming and the celestial human cultivator was too strong. 4 horrible shrieks were heard. The 4 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer had turned into ashes. As for the 2 experts who were protected by Yechu Gongzong, their faces were pale, and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. If they hadn't reacted in time, they would have ended up the same way. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. This was the truth. All of you, go out and guard the entrance. Yechu Gongcong ordered the 2 9th layer god emperors. In any case, celestial emperors wouldn't be of much help in a battle between existences of their level. If they stayed here, they would only be a hindrance. Yes. The 2 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer hurriedly flew up to the hole and left. Bang, bang, bang. The collision between Lu Ming and the burly man from the heavenly human tribe ended with Lu Ming at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. Die, brat! Seeing that Lu Ming was knocked back with a single blow, the heavenly human tribe man became even more confident. With a roar, he brandished his warhammer and continued to attack Lu Ming. The warhammer was like a small mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming blocked the attack and continued to retreat. Meanwhile, the burly man from the heavenly human tribe rained down attacks on Lu Ming like a torrential storm. In the blink of an eye, both sides had exchanged more than a dozen moves. With every move, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. After a dozen moves, Lu Ming had already retreated to the bottom of the wall. Lu Ming die. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe laughed loudly. He raised his strength to the extreme and smashed his hammer toward Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming completely. You're not qualified to kill me. Lu Ming coldly snorted. The war god's spear buzzed and a dazzling spear burst forth, piercing towards the celestial race's muscular man. Clang! The 2 of them exchanged another blow. However, this time, Lu Ming's body only retreated 2 steps, while the burly man from the heavenly human tribe also took a step back. Although Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage, he was only at a slight disadvantage. The gap between them was not that big anymore. This was because the battle incantation had successfully increased his combat strength by 8 times. It had to be said that the burly man from the heavenly human tribe was really amazing. He was even stronger than Yiwu. Of course, Yiwu was naturally stronger in a battle of the same level. However, Yiwu's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Master Realm and half of his forbidden power had been stripped away. In that state, Yi Wu's combat strength was not as strong as the burly man from the heavenly human tribe. Therefore, he was able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Lu Ming. Boy, you're still hiding your strength? It's useless even if you're hiding your strength. You'll still die. Kill. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe roared and charged toward Lu Ming crazily. Yi Chu, Gong Song, and the other two divine masters did not move. They blocked the exit, afraid that Lu Ming would take the opportunity to escape. The main reason was that they felt that the burly man from the heavenly human tribe alone was enough to deal with Lu Ming. Primitive style. This time, Lu Ming let the war god's spear float in the air. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and a continent appeared. It was the primitive continent formed by the primitive style. In the past decade, Lu Ming would use the primitive ring as a reference to comprehend the primitive style whenever he was free. The results were very good. Now that he had used the primitive style, the mountains and rivers on it were much clearer than before. Its power was also much stronger. Lu Ming condensed the primitive continent to about 100 meters. This way, its power was the most concentrated. The primitive continent pressed down on the burly man from the heavenly human tribe with a violent force. Its power was shocking. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe waved his golden warhammer and smashed it on the primitive continent. The violent force even made it difficult for the other heavenly human tribe expert, who was at the second level of the divine master realm, to stabilize himself. He kept retreating as he resisted with all his might. In the end, a crack appeared on the primitive continent. The crack kept expanding until it finally exploded. However, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe was also blocked. The golden warhammer was bounced back for the first time. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe turned pale and looked shocked. This time, Lu Ming actually blocked his attack completely. This was unbelievable. Lu Ming was only at the first level of the divine master realm. This Lu Ming, Yi Chu, Gong Song, and the others were also shocked. Then, they were filled with intense killing intent. They finally understood why Lu Ming was listed as a must-kill target by the upper echelons of the heavenly palace. This boy was too terrifying. The two of you attack together. I'll support you from afar. Yi Chu, Gong Song, transmitted his voice to the other two divine masters. He also wanted to attack, but he had to block the entrance in case Lu Ming escaped. However, before Yi Chu, Gong Song, and the others could attack, Lu Ming had already attacked. Lu Ming continued to use the primitive style. A continent pressed down on the burly man from the heavenly human tribe. He held the war god's spear in his hand and became one with the spear. He stabbed at the burly man from the heavenly human tribe. Heavenly power condense, heavenly weapon. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe roared. His body was covered by the heavenly power. 9 golden warhammers were formed around him. Together with the one he had before, there were a total of 10 golden warhammers. One of them was a main divine weapon. The others were all heavenly power attack techniques. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 golden warhammers flew into the sky and blasted toward the primitive continent. In the end, the 5 warhammers and the primitive continent exploded and disappeared into energy. The other 5 warhammers flew toward the spear light that was stabbing toward them. Boom! The first warhammer collided with the spear light. However, the moment they collided, the warhammer was pierced through. Then, the spear light pierced through the second warhammer. The same thing happened to the second warhammer. It did not resist for even a moment and was also pierced through. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This was because he discovered that the attacking power of Lu Ming's move was much, much stronger than before. No, this is the power of the origin. In the next moment, the burly man from the heavenly human tribe roared in his heart. Chapter 45-52. That's right. Lu Ming had already used the power of the origin source in this move. The power of the origin source surged into the god of war spear, allowing the spear to recover some of its power. Together with Lu Ming's own power, the power of the attack was shocking. The warhammers formed by the heavenly human race man were completely useless against Lu Ming's attack. In the blink of an eye, all 4 warhammers were destroyed by the spear light. The heavenly human race man roared and swung the last war hammer, which was the main weapon, in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. Clang! The god of war spear pierced the war hammer, causing a loud explosion. The terrifying force was like waves that swept out in all directions, causing the entire underground space to shake violently. Luckily, the surroundings were filled with black heavenly origin gold ores that were extremely tough. The shockwaves from their battle only left scratches on the black heavenly origin gold ores but did not destroy the place. If it were ordinary stones or ores, this place would have been turned into ashes by the shockwaves. After a loud explosion, the sound of porcelain shattering could be heard. It was none other than the golden war hammer in the heavenly human race man's hand. At this moment, cracks appeared on the war hammer of the heavenly human race man, and the number of cracks increased rapidly. Finally, with a loud bang, the entire golden war hammer exploded. A top-notch master-grade divine weapon was shattered just like that. The heavenly human race man was almost scared to death. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The god of war spear did not stop there. It continued to pierce towards the heavenly human race man's forehead. Just as the god of war spear was about to pierce the heavenly human race man's forehead, his forehead suddenly shone brightly. A jade talisman appeared, emitting endless runes. The god of war spear was blocked by the runes. The attack of the god of war spear was stopped. The heavenly human race man took the opportunity to retreat frantically, wanting to escape. However, the jade talisman was only able to block the god of war spear for a few seconds before it was pierced through. A terrifying spear light continued to pierce towards the heavenly human race man. But with this delay, the heavenly human race man moved his body and avoided his vitals. Pucci. Although the spear ray had pierced through the large heavenly human clan's large man, it did not pierce through his forehead. Instead, it pierced through his chest. The heavenly human tribe man's chest instantly exploded. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and his bones were reduced to dust. His body flew out and crashed into the wall of black heaven source gold. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood. However, the large man from the heavenly human clan did not die. He was only seriously injured. These divine masters from the celestial race are really not easy to kill. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Just now, he had suddenly used his source energy and unleashed his strongest move. If his opponent was caught off guard, it would be very easy for him to kill him. However, in the end, he was still alive. The main reason for that was because he possessed too many life-saving methods. The jade talisman that appeared between his eyebrows was a treasure with extremely strong defensive power. If it wasn't for the fact that the war god spear's grade was extremely high, and that a trace of the war god spear's power had been stimulated by the origin energy, he wouldn't have been able to break through the other party's defense. However, even though the burly man from the heavenly human tribe didn't die, he was severely injured. It was difficult for him to continue fighting. This, Yechu Gongcang and the other two were extremely shocked. They never thought that Lu Ming would suddenly unleash his full strength and severely injure the burly man from the heavenly human tribe with a single move. Weren't they evenly matched just a moment ago? Why did he suddenly become so strong? Had he been hiding his strength all this time and suddenly unleashed his full strength to kill them all? At the thought of this, their bodies turned cold and they broke out in cold sweat. Besides, Lu Ming had suddenly unleashed his full strength and used his strongest move to break through the multiple defenses of the heavenly human tribe. Everything had happened in an instant. They couldn't even save him in time. Now, they instinctively wanted to run away. Don't be afraid. He used his source energy just now. He has the origin seed. I think his source energy can only be used once. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe yelled. He was almost scared to death. If Yechu Gongcang and the others retreated, he would really die. Yechu Gongcang and the others came to a realization. They knew that Lu Ming had condensed an origin seed when he was in the Taishang Immortal City. However, that was only an origin seed. It was impossible for him to have an endless supply of source energy. Even an origin realm expert couldn't have an endless supply of source energy. According to their experience, Lu Ming should only be able to use his source energy to unleash a single attack. He has already used up his source energy. Attack and kill him! Yechu Gongsong roared furiously. The power of heavenly punishment erupted and turned into a battle sword that slashed at Lu Ming. The other two Divine Lord realm experts also attacked. A third-layer Divine Lord and a second-layer Divine Lord launched their strongest attacks at Lu Ming. The three attacks attacked Lu Ming's 3 vital points at an astonishing speed. These guys have really fast reactions. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Originally, he could have taken the opportunity to attack and kill the burly man from the heavenly human tribe if they had hesitated. But now, he had lost the opportunity to attack. After all, Yechu Gongsong's strength was extremely terrifying. He was even slightly stronger than the burly man from the heavenly human tribe. In addition, there were 2 other Divine Lord realm experts attacking together. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. He had to focus on dealing with them. The slightest carelessness would cause him to be severely injured. After all, he couldn't use his source energy anymore. The war god's spear vibrated and stabbed out several times in an instant. Several rays of spear light shot out. Yechu Gongsong blocked them, but he also took several steps back. Kill. Heavenly punishment descend. Kill. Buddha's heavenly slaughter. Kill. Heavenly tiger's roar. Yechu Gongsong and the other 2 used their killing moves and attacked Lu Ming together. Their attacking speed was too fast, and their coordination was flawless. Lu Ming did not have the time to perform the prehistoric style at such a fast speed. After all, the primitive style required hand seals. Although it was extremely fast, it still required some time. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had just comprehended it not long ago and wasn't familiar with it yet. In the future, when Lu Ming cultivated it to the point where he didn't need to form hand seals and could use it with a thought, its power would be truly shocking. Now, he could only wield the war god's spear to block the attacks. Lu Ming used the heaven-breaking style. His entire body seemed to have turned into a ray of spear light. Together with the war god's spear, its power was extremely shocking. The long spear vibrated and several rays of spear light shot out, blocking the attacks of Yechu Gongsong and the others. Among the 3, Yechu Gongsong's attacks gave Lu Ming a lot of pressure. As for the other 2, Lu Ming could easily block them. However, although Lu Ming could block them easily, he didn't dare to be careless. Lu Ming's attack power was extremely strong, not much weaker than Yechu Gongsong's. However, his defense power was not as strong as his attack power. Chapter 45-53. When Lu Ming unleashed his full power, his offensive power was astonishing. He could even defeat or kill an ordinary 4th-layer Divine Lord, but his defensive power was far from such a level. Lu Ming controlled forbidden power and many ancient secret techniques. His defensive power was naturally much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Very few people of the same level could break through his defenses. Even if it was a 2nd-level Divine Master, Lu Ming would not take it to heart. However, it was different for a 3rd-level Divine Master. A 3rd-level Divine Master would definitely be able to break through Lu Ming's defense and cause him serious injuries. That 3rd-layer Divine Lord from the celestial race was stronger than an ordinary 3rd-layer Divine Lord. He was a great threat to Lu Ming. In a one-on-one fight, he would have defeated his opponent before he could even attack him. However, it was different now. The opponent had Yechu Gongsong as the main attacker. Just Yechu Gongsong alone was enough to put Lu Ming at a disadvantage. That 3rd-layer Divine Lord from the celestial race was a great threat. Lu Ming had to be on guard at all times. As a result, Lu Ming's situation became even more passive. Yechu Gongsong and the others naturally saw this, so Yechu Gongsong's attacks became even more violent. Dazzling sword light poured down on Lu Ming like a storm, enveloping Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only defend with all his strength. The void was covered by countless spear lights and sword lights. The 2 constantly clashed, and in an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Now's the time. Suddenly, the other 2 celestial race experts attacked fiercely. Their timing was too accurate. It was when Lu Ming was fighting Yechu Gongsong with all his strength and couldn't afford to be distracted. Although Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by the 3rd-layer Divine Lord. The attack broke through his multiple defenses and bombarded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled as he was sent flying to the side. He smashed into the stone wall of the black heavenly source gold mine, causing the ground to shake. A deep wound appeared on his body, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Even with Lu Ming's constitution, he had still been injured by a powerful third-layer divine lord, and his injuries were not light. That's it. Keep attacking like this. Yechu Gongtsang roared and continued to attack Lu Ming with the other two. Desolate style. Lu Ming roared, finally finding an opportunity. He used the great desolate style, and a continent formed, suppressing Yi Chu and the others. Petty tricks. Break for me. Yechu Gongtsang shouted coldly. His sword light burst out and soared into the sky, slashing at the Your Desolation continent. Boom. Yechu Gongtsang's battle prowess was extremely powerful. When the sword light containing divine retribution power slashed onto the continent, it tore open a massive hole, causing the continent to continuously explode and be on the verge of collapse. But this was enough for Lu Ming. Heaven Breaker. Lu Ming's eyes exuded cold killing intent as he became one with his spear. It was as if he had become one with the war god's spear. Finally, he transformed into a spear light that stabbed at the third-layer divine lord of the celestial race. Yes, Lu Ming had used the desolate style to pin down Yechu Gongtsang. His goal was to kill that third-layer divine lord of the celestial race. As long as he could get rid of this person, the situation would be in Lu Ming's favor. This second-layer divine lord of the celestial race was not much of a threat to Lu Ming. Yechu Gongtsang alone was easy to deal with. Even if he couldn't defeat him, Lu Ming could still easily retreat. As long as the origin energy of the origin seed recovered, he would be able to come back. You dare! Yechu Gongtsang roared as he thrust out a palm with his left hand. Several dozen bolts of lightning hurtled toward Lu Ming. However, it was too late. Moreover, the attack was done hastily and the attack was not powerful. 2 bolts of lightning struck the spear gleam that Lu Ming had transformed into. It only caused the spear gleam to tremble a little and did not stop Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attacks did not stop. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on the third-layer divine lord of the celestial race. This person roared as he circulated supreme heavenly energy and slashed out with his saber at the spear light. But in a head-on clash, he was no match for Lu Ming. He was far from being a match. With a bang, this person's saber light and the main divine weapon saber in his hand exploded. Lu Ming's spear light pierced through this person's body like a hot knife through butter. Ah! This third-layer divine lord of the celestial race screamed, his voice filled with unwillingness and fear. Then his body exploded, his soul extinguished. Just now, his body and soul had been completely destroyed by Lu Ming. You're courting death. Yechu Gongtsang roared. His entire body was covered in lightning as he prepared to launch a thunderous attack. However, he immediately stopped, because the ground had suddenly begun to shake. Rumble. Intense explosions could be heard continuously. Lu Ming, Yechu Gongtsang, and the others paled. This was because the explosions were coming from one direction. It was as if some massive object had broken through the black heaven source gold ore and was charging toward them. Judging from the sound, it was moving at an astonishing speed. Over there! Lu Ming's wooden pipe swept toward a wall. The tremors were coming from there. The next moment, bang! The wall formed by the black heaven source gold ore exploded. Then, a scarlet strip of flesh swept toward Lu Ming. Barbs grew from the scarlet strip of flesh, and a nauseating stench instantly filled the room. Fast, too fast. It instantly closed in on Lu Ming with frightening power. Lu Ming had a feeling that if this strip of flesh swept him up, he would not be able to escape death. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to escape. But Lu Ming reacted quickly. As soon as the strip of flesh flew out, he activated the greater teleportation art. The greater teleportation art had a fatal flaw. When there were obstacles in the way, it could not directly pass through them. Therefore, it was impossible for Lu Ming to teleport out of the mine. However, it was possible to teleport within the mine. When the strip of flesh passed through Lu Ming's body, it only passed through Lu Ming's afterimage. Lu Ming's body had already appeared on another wall 1,000 meters away. But the scarlet strip of flesh did not stop there. It continued to wrap around him. In front of him was the burly man from the heavenly human tribe who had been injured by Lu Ming. Although he had tried his best to heal himself, he did not have much time to recover from his injuries. He could not dodge the attack of the scarlet strip of flesh at all. In an instant, the burly man from the heavenly human tribe was wrapped up by the strip of flesh. The barbs on the strip of flesh pierced deeply into his body. "Ah, save me!" The burly man from the heavenly human tribe struggled frantically, but it was useless. The strip of flesh did not move at all. Chapter 45-54. Break it! Yechu Gongtsang charged over. His sharp sword, accompanied by rolling heavenly lightning, slashed at the crimson flesh. However, something shocking happened. The sharp sword hit the strip of flesh like a hammer hitting a war drum. There was a loud thud. The red strip of flesh was unscathed. There was only a shallow mark on it. Then, the red strip of flesh shook and a strong rebounding force sent Yechu Gongtsang flying. "It's so tough." Lu Ming, Yechu Gongtsang, and the others were shocked. The defense of the red strip of flesh was too shocking. Even with Yechu Gongtsang's strength, he could only leave a shallow mark on it. Its defense was even tougher than the Black Heaven Source Gold Oregon. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe screamed in despair when he saw this. Swoosh! The crimson strip of flesh pulled the heavenly human tribe cultivator back into the cave. Meanwhile, the black heavenly source gold ore wall began to rumble even more violently as the ores continued to explode. Then, a colossal creature appeared before everyone's eyes. This is... Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Their pupils constricted. They saw a worm. It was a pitch-black worm that looked like a caterpillar. Its entire body seemed to be cast from the dark sky. The scarlet strip of meat just now was spat out by this worm. The worm was at least 12 meters in diameter. Its two red and greedy eyes were looking at Lu Ming and the others. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe screamed in fear. He struggled madly. He burned all the power of heaven in his body. However, he still could not do anything to the black worm. The strip of flesh pulled the burly man from the heavenly human tribe into the black worm's mouth. The black worm started chewing. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe screamed a few times and stopped breathing. The others felt a chill down their spines. They knew that the burly man from the heavenly human tribe had been eaten by the black worm. Sweet, sweet. After the black worm ate the burly man from the heavenly human tribe, it screamed continuously. The red strip of flesh flew out of its mouth and wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming was highly focused. He was ready to dodge at any time. As soon as the black worm attacked, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique to move to the other side of the wall. The red strip of flesh missed. However, the red strip of flesh did not stop. It turned toward Yechu Gongtsang as fast as lightning. Yechu Gongtsang's hair stood on end. He did not dare to take the attack. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed rapidly to dodge the red strip of flesh. He was very fast. After a few flashes, he was actually able to dodge the attack. However, the red strip of flesh changed direction and charged toward the heavenly human tribe expert. Second heavenly human tribe expert was not fast enough. The speed of a second-level divine master was not as fast as Yechu Gongtsang. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still one step too slow and was caught by the scarlet flesh. "Gongtsang, save me! Save me!" The second heavenly human tribe expert screamed in fear. However, there was no way Yechu Gongtsang would save him. He could not even care about Lu Ming now. He dashed directly to the hole above, rushed into the hole, and disappeared. The second heavenly human tribe expert looked desperate as he was pulled into the black worm's mouth. After Yechu Gongtsang rushed into the hole, Lu Ming also used the greater teleportation technique to move to the hole. Then he rushed in and rushed upward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After eating the second heavenly human tribe expert, the black worm screamed and chased after Lu Ming. Its fat body had completely drilled out of the Black Heaven Source gold mine. It was more than 100 meters long. However, the black worm's body was too big, and the hole was made by Chiuchiu. It was relatively small and could only allow a few people to pass through at the same time. The blackworm's body was more than 10 meters long, so it could not get out. It was blocked. However, the black worm opened its mouth and revealed rows of sharp teeth. It bit down on the Black Heaven Source gold mine. The Black Heaven Source gold mine exploded, and the black worm created a huge hole in the ground. So fast? Lu Ming was shocked. Fei Huang was right. Worms born from the ruins of the universe were indeed very dangerous. He had not encountered any worms before. Now that he had encountered the first one, it gave him a sense of terror. Lu Ming increased his speed and rushed upward. Below, the black worm was crazily digging out the Black Heaven Source gold mine and chasing after Lu Ming. However, its speed was still slower than Lu Ming's. Not long after, light came from above. Lu Ming knew that he was about to reach the hole. However, at this moment, a few bolts of lightning struck at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Yechu Gongcang. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. It was obvious that Yechu Gongcang had attacked him. Yechu Gongcang wanted to block Lu Ming and use the black worm to kill Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. The war god's spear shook and shot out rays of light, piercing towards the bolts of lightning. After a series of explosions, the bolts of lightning were destroyed. However, Lu Ming was also blocked. These bolts of lightning were not ordinary. They were formed by the power of the heavenly punishment and were very powerful. When Lu Ming adjusted his body and dashed up again, a few bolts of lightning flew from above. There were also a few sword gleams that blocked the entire entrance of the cave and shrouded Lu Ming. Heaven breaking! Lu Ming shouted. His body turned into a spear light, and he merged with the war god's spear and rushed up. Boom, boom, boom. The war god's spear continued to rush up, destroying the bolts of lightning and sword light. Its body slowly approached the hole. Lu Ming, you can't come up. You'd better be obedient and feed the worm. Yechu Gongcang's cold voice came from the hole. He controlled a main-grade divine weapon and slashed at Lu Ming with all his strength. He didn't want to kill Lu Ming. He only wanted to block Lu Ming. Boom! The sword light and the spear light collided, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. A terrifying light beam of qi shot straight into the sky from the cave entrance. The spear gleam that Lu Ming had transformed into vibrated continuously. In the end, it stopped. Yechu Gongcang's combat strength was already slightly stronger than Lu Ming's. Now that he had the advantage, he only wanted to block Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't rush up for a while. Below, the black worm was rushing up at an astonishing speed. After the black worm passed through the layer of Black Heaven Source gold ore and rushed into the ordinary rock layer, its speed became even faster. The ordinary rock layer was like tofu in front of the black worm. Although the ordinary rock layer contained some metal ores, they were only ordinary metal ores. They were not as hard as the Black Heaven Source gold Oregon. Ha! Lu Ming, go to hell. Yechu Gongcang laughed crazily. I'll have to disappoint you. Lu Ming spoke coldly. At the same time, Qiu transformed into an armor and put it on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming dashed toward the ordinary metal ores by the side. His entire body sank into the metal ores and disappeared. Chapter 45-55. Lu Ming used Qiu's ability to merge with the ordinary metal ores and disappear. Yechu Gongcang's eyes popped out. Damn you! You bastard! Yechu Gongcang roared, but the black worm kept coming up. Yechu Gongcang didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and left the cave. As soon as Yechu Gongcang left, Lu Ming appeared. In fact, Lu Ming didn't go far. He just hid on the surface of the ordinary metal ores. He knew very well that the black worm lived here, and it was extremely special. It shuttled through the ores like a fish in water, and its speed was astonishing. Even if he used Qiu's ability, he wouldn't be able to catch up with the black worm. Lu Ming used Qiu's ability to hide in the ores to blackmail Yechu Gongcang. As expected, Yechu Gongcang thought that Lu Ming had escaped and the black worm was about to come out. He was scared to death. He didn't dare to stay any longer. As soon as Yechu Gongcang left, Lu Ming came out of the ores and rushed out of the cave. Yechu Gongcang sensed Lu Ming as soon as he came out of the cave. He immediately realized that Lu Ming was blackmailing him. He shouted, Lu Ming, you bastard! How dare you trick me? So what? Bite me? Lu Ming sneered. Yechu Gongcang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Bastard, don't let me catch you. I'll make you suffer, Yechu Gongcang shouted, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He ran in a direction. Behind him, there were 5 heavenly human elders of the 9th layer of the divine god realm. They were also running for their lives. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. He then flew in another direction. Rumble. Not long after Lu Ming flew out, the black worm rushed out from the ground. As soon as it rushed out, its scarlet eyes scanned the surroundings. Don't chase me. Go after the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming murmured. But the next moment, Lu Ming's face darkened. Because the black worm was rushing towards Lu Ming. Its body was 100 meters long. It looked fat, but its speed was astonishing. Its fat body wriggled a few times, then it shot forward like a bolt of lightning, chasing Lu Ming. In terms of speed, it was actually faster than Lu Ming. Chiu Chiu! Lu Ming really wanted to scold him. Was he that good? Was he that good? Why didn't the heavenly human tribe? The heavenly human race clearly had more people. Was it because he had a taboo body? Or because he was carrying Chiu Chiu? Or was it because he had brought a lot of the heavenly human tribe? Greater teleportation technique. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He cast the transference skill and changed his direction, flying in the direction where the heavenly human tribe had fled. The black worm immediately chased after Lu Ming. The heavenly human tribe's expression changed. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Get lost. Yechu Gongcang roared. We should share blessings and misfortunes together. Why are you running so fast? Let's deal with this black worm together. Lu Ming sneered. Bullshit. Yechu Gongcang roared. As for the 5 heavenly human tribe elders of the 9th great supreme god layer, they were about to cry. Yechu Gongcang was still in the lead, he was already far away. But the 5 9th great supreme god layer experts were much slower than Yechu Gongcang, they were also much slower than Lu Ming. In just a short while, Lu Ming caught up with the 5 9th great supreme god layer experts. Shua. Lu Ming flew over the heads of the 5 heavenly human tribe elders of the 9th great supreme god layer and continued chasing after Yechu Gongcang. Not long after Lu Ming flew past them, the black worm also approached. Shua. A red lightning bolt shot out of the black worm's mouth. It was the piece of meat. It flew towards the 5 9th great supreme god layer experts. Cultivators of the 9th great supreme god layer couldn't dodge the black worm's attacks. 2 of them were sucked into the worm's mouths while screaming in agony. The remaining 3 were almost scared to death. Let's split up, shouted one of the elders of the 9th great supreme god layer. The 3 of them split up in 3 different directions. That way, they would at least have a chance to survive. As for who would survive, it would depend on luck. But they were too naive. The red tongue kept moving. It was shockingly long. The 3 elders of the 9th great supreme god layer were sucked into the black worm's mouth as soon as they split up. After killing the 5 elders of the 9th great supreme god layer, the black worm continued chasing after Lu Ming. Just like that, Yechu Gongcang was running at the front. Lu Ming was chasing after him. Behind him was the black worm. The black worm was extremely fast. It was faster than Lu Ming. It kept getting closer to Lu Ming. However, every time the distance between the 2 parties was shortened, Lu Ming would cast the transference skill and dash forward. The distance between him and the black worm would increase a little. Instead, he was closer to Yechu Gongcang. Damn it! Shouted Yechu Gongcang furiously. His face was distorted. He looked extremely ferocious. Lu Ming didn't want to let him go. He had led the black worm to him. He deserved to die 1,000 times. He wanted to stop and chop Lu Ming into pieces. Of course, that was just his imagination. If he really stopped, he would never dare to do so. That black worm was too strong for him to deal with. Once he got entangled, he would die. Just like that, the 3 parties chased and ran at the same time. Soon, they reached the edge of the continent. At this moment, the black worm was getting closer to Lu Ming. Its red eyes were glowing fiercely. It looked like it would spit out the red meat at any time. Lu Ming shook his divine battle spear. A ray of spear light shot out and stabbed at the blackworm. The blackworm didn't dodge. It let the spear light hit its body. Clang. The sound of metal hitting metal was heard. Sparks flew everywhere. The blackworm's skin was unharmed. There wasn't even a scratch. As expected, its defense is insane. Lu Ming sighed. He had expected that the blackworm's defense would be terrifying. Even Yechu Gongcong couldn't cut through the meat that it spat out. It meant that its defense was definitely stronger than the red meat. Even if he used his divine battle spear, he wouldn't be able to pierce through it. After all, the divine battle spear couldn't unleash its full power without its origin energy. How can I get out of here? Maybe if I fly out of the continent and into the void, that damn blackworm won't chase after me. Lu Ming thought. He was about to fly out of the continent. He would know whether it was good or bad soon. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Far above the continent, there was a river of fire shining down. But at this moment, the sky above the continent was blocked by something. Then, a terrifying aura filled the sky. Chapter 45-56. The whole world seemed to be covered. A large shadow was cast from the void above. A terrifying aura filled the world. Lu Ming and Yichu Gongcong couldn't help but tremble under the pressure of this aura. A chill spread from their hearts to the top of their heads. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Not only Lu Ming and Yichu Gongcong, but the blackworm's body was completely stiff. It didn't chase after Lu Ming but kept trembling as if it was very scared. Lu Ming and Yichu Gongcong couldn't help but look up. Then, their pupils shrank sharply, revealing a look of disbelief. Above them, a giant beast was floating in the air. At this time, a strange giant beast with a tiger's head and a lion's body appeared. However, it had a pair of wings. When it opened its wings, it covered the sky and the sun. It also had a pair of sharp claws like an eagle's claws. This giant beast was incomparably huge, like a small meteor. This is a void beast. A thought appeared in Lu Ming's mind, and he felt bitter in his mouth. Unlucky, this is really unlucky. Fei Huang gave him a jade slip, which recorded some things in the universe ruins in detail. Among them, there was a type of void beast recorded. Logically speaking, the laws and profound meanings of the universe ruins were chaotic. Except for various kinds of worms, it couldn't breed other creatures. It was only in the last few dozen stellar years that the laws and profound meanings of the universe ruins became more orderly, and some races were born. However, the void beast didn't appear in the last few dozen stellar years. It had been there since ancient times. No one knew how the void beast appeared. They only knew that since the universe ruins existed, there had been void beasts. The void beast's body was incomparably huge. The big ones were even bigger than planets, and the small ones were comparable to mountains. They roamed the ruins of the universe, eating all sorts of ores or insects as food. Some terrifying void beasts could even swallow a large piece of land. The one that appeared now was definitely a void beast. Although its body wasn't as exaggerated as a planet, Lu Ming speculated that it was very likely to be a young void beast that hadn't grown up yet. However, according to Fei Huang's records, void beasts were extremely rare. In the vast ruins of the universe, it was extremely rare to encounter one. Most people would risk their lives in the universe ruins and never encounter a void beast. Fei Huang had been adventuring in the ruins of the universe for dozens of years, but she had only encountered it twice. Therefore, when Fei Huang talked about the crisis of the universe ruins, she didn't specifically mention it. She just let Lu Ming look at the information. Clearly, Fei Huang didn't think that Lu Ming's luck would be so good that he would encounter a void beast as soon as he entered the universe ruins. Reality proved that Lu Ming's luck was just that good. Whoosh! High up in the sky, the void beast swooped down, bringing along a violent force as it pounced towards the black worm. The black bug was unwilling to give up and wanted to resist. It opened its mouth and the scarlet strip of flesh flew out like a spear, stabbing towards the void beast's eyes. The void beast didn't dodge, allowing the scarlet strip of flesh to pierce its eye membrane. With a bang, the scarlet strip of flesh bounced back, but the void beast's eye membrane was completely fine. Nestle, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. The eye membrane was definitely the softest and weakest part of any creature. However, the black bug couldn't even break the defense of the void beast's weakest part. This was simply terrifying. Without hesitation, Lu Ming increased his speed to the extreme and rushed forward. Yi Chu Gongcang did the same and rushed in another direction. A black bug wasn't something they could deal with, let alone a void beast. If they didn't seize the opportunity to escape, only death would await them. At this moment, the void beast continued to swoop down. It opened its mouth and rolled its tongue, wrapping around the 100-meter-long black bug and swallowing it. The black bug swallowed many heavenly humans in the same way, but in the end, it still became the void beast's food. Munch. After swallowing the black bug, the void beast chewed with a satisfied expression. The void beast didn't chase after Lu Ming and Yi Chu Gongcang. Instead, it swept its gaze across the continent. Suddenly, the void beast flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Violent energy swept out in all directions. The rocks and ancient trees on the continent were directly swept up and turned into ashes. Then, the void beast swooped down and rushed to a spot on the continent. One of its sharp claws directly scratched the ground. Rumble! The ground exploded with earth-shattering rumbles. The void beast's sharp claws directly dug into the depths of the earth. When the claws reached out, it was already holding a black bug. This black bug was several times longer and thicker than the previous one. However, this black bug couldn't resist at all in the void beast's hands. It was thrown into the void beast's mouth and eaten in a few bites. After eating this black bug, the void beast continued to search. After a while, it found another black bug that was a few 100 meters long and ate it. After that, the void beast didn't find any more black bugs. After not finding any black bugs, the void beast seemed to be very irritable. It roared continuously, shaking the entire continent. Then, it looked in the direction where Lu Ming and Yi Chu Gongcang had escaped. Then, it let out a long cry and flapped its wings. Its huge body soared into the sky and chased after Yi Chu Gongcang. While the void beast was catching the black bugs, Lu Ming and Yi Chu Gongcang had already escaped with all their might. They had already escaped the continent and entered the void. Moreover, they had already escaped far away in such a short time. Yi Chu Gongcang had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was finally safe. Suddenly, a long roar came from behind him, scaring him to death. "Oh no, it's chasing after us!" Yi Chu Gongcang shouted in horror. His supreme heavenly power burned desperately, increasing his speed to the highest level ever. However, the void beast's speed was too fast. It quickly closed the distance between it and Yi Chu Gongcang. "No, no, no!" Yi Chu Gongcang roared angrily, trying his best to escape. He originally wanted to rush towards Lu Ming and follow Lu Ming's example, luring the void beast to Lu Ming. However, he sadly found that he and Lu Ming had escaped in different directions. After flying for so long, the distance between them had increased immeasurably. It was impossible to lure the void beast over. The void beast roared and flapped its wings. Its huge body broke through the void. It was too fast, and the distance between it and Yi Chu Gongcang was getting shorter and shorter. Soon, the distance between them was only a few thousand miles. For the void beast, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. "No, no, no, I can't accept this." Yi Chu Gongcang let out a desperate roar before he was swallowed by the void beast. After swallowing Yi Chu Gongcang, the void beast looked in the direction where Lu Ming had escaped. Chapter 45-57. In the distant void, Lu Ming's body tensed up. His hair stood on end. It was an instinctive reaction to danger. Although the distance was too far and Lu Ming flew at full speed, he did not see Yi Chu Gongcang being killed. However, he could guess that the void beast was coming after them. He could hear the void beast's roar. It shook the entire void. The speed at which the void beast's roar traveled was not the same as that of ordinary sound. As long as it was supported by divine power or other forces, the speed at which the sound traveled was not the same as that of ordinary sound. It was billions of times faster than that of ordinary sound, and even faster than the speed of light. In the world of cultivators, nothing could be viewed with common sense. Lu Ming also heard Yi Chu Gongsang's final scream. Therefore, Lu Ming concluded that the void beast had caught up with and killed Ye Chu Gongsang. In that case, the next target would be him. Needless to say, the sense of danger he sensed came from the void beast. Quick, quick, quick! Lu Ming raised his speed to the limit. His entire body was like an aurora cutting through the void. However, the void beast's speed was still far above Lu Ming's. Before long, Lu Ming heard a terrifying roar from behind. The void beast had caught up. Greater teleportation technique. Lu Ming cast the transference skill and tore through the void to travel. In a flash, he appeared a distance away in front of him. However, it was useless. Although the greater teleportation technique allowed him to move very quickly and directly teleport him into the distance, it was not enough to completely shake off the void beast. The distance of the teleportation was always within the void beast's line of sight. The void beast flapped its wings and caught up. The distance Lu Ming had opened with the greater teleportation technique was quickly shortened. Lu Ming could only continue to use the greater teleportation technique and tear through the void. Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique continuously, but he still couldn't open up the distance between them. On the contrary, the distance between him and the void beast was getting closer and closer. After using the greater teleportation technique a dozen times in a row, Lu Ming's face was somewhat pale. Using greater teleportation at full power consumed a lot of taboo power. If this continued, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. At this moment, a continent appeared in front of them. This continent didn't seem to have any living creatures, and it was much smaller than the previous one. Greater teleportation! Lu Ming roared. This time, he didn't use the greater teleportation art to teleport himself away. This time, the greater teleportation art's power landed on that small continent. Rumble! That small continent shook violently and then suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was directly in front of the void beast and smashed towards it. This was another wonderful use of the greater teleportation technique. Not only could he teleport himself away, but he could also teleport other things to attack. In the starry sky of the universe, he could shift the stars in the sky and smash them at the enemy. This was not a continent that Lu Ming had condensed in the Great Desolation style. This was a true continent. It was extremely heavy, comparable to several dozen planets. If Lu Ming had not broken through to the Divine Lord realm, it would have been impossible for him to do this. With Lu Ming's current Divine Lord cultivation, he could barely do it. The void beast roared and swiped at the continent with its sharp claws. Rumble! The continent let out a heaven-shaking rumble as cracks appeared on its surface. Then, it directly exploded. However, although the continent failed to stop the void beast, it did slow it down slightly, slowing it down slightly. Using this opportunity, Lu Ming flew very far away. The void beast seemed to be extremely furious. It let out a terrifying roar and ripples appeared from its mouth, reducing the fragment of the continent to dust. Lu Ming became covered in cold sweat. Too powerful. The void beast was just too powerful. It was definitely comparable to an existence at reciprocity. He had only managed to survive until now because he was very far away from the void beast. If he was closer, a casual attack from the void beast would have been enough to obliterate him. Lu Ming continued to use the greater teleportation technique, frantically teleporting forward. Behind him, the void beast roared and continued to pursue Lu Ming. The void beast was just too fast. The distance that Lu Ming had managed to create with great difficulty was quickly closed. As a last resort, when Lu Ming saw a small fragment of the continent, he used the greater teleportation technique again, moving it over and smashing it at the void beast. Lu Ming used this opportunity to fly away. Only like this did the two of them create some distance. However, Lu Ming paled. Using the greater teleportation technique to move a fragment of the continent consumed far too much energy. Coupled with the energy he had expended earlier, Lu Ming was close to running out of energy. This can't go on. It'll catch up sooner or later. Let's try the copper coffin. Lu Ming took out the copper coffin and pushed it with all his might. However, the lid of the copper coffin did not budge at all. Nestle, Lu Ming really wanted to curse out loud. Back in the ancestral grounds of the elves, He could not open the copper coffin. Now, over a decade had passed, but the copper coffin still could not be opened. What was going on? What was wrong with the copper coffin? If it could not be opened, wouldn't it be useless? Lu Ming pushed a few more times, but he still could not open the copper coffin. He could only give up, put it away, and continue flying. That's Lu Ming, who was flying, suddenly shuddered. His eyes widened in shock. This was because a colossus had appeared in the void before him. Of course, it was not a second void beast, but a ship. It was a warship that seemed extremely old. It was covered in the marks of swords and sabers. It seemed to be in tatters. Moreover, a black mist permeated the ship, making it seem eerie and terrifying. There was no one on the ship. No, to be precise, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged on the deck of the ship. In the void of the universe ruins, a strange warship had actually appeared. This scene was somewhat inconceivable. The warship was extremely huge, like a small planet, and it was sailing in the direction of Lu Ming and the others. Instinctively, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. This was a reaction that would only occur when sensing danger. This warship gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Behind them, the void beast also roared. Its speed actually slowed down a little, and there seemed to be a trace of doubt in its eyes. Rumble. The void vibrated, and the warship rushed directly toward Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. He hurriedly used the greater teleportation technique. In a flash, he disappeared from where he was and appeared in another direction of the void. The old warship rushed past the place where Lu Ming was standing just now and continued forward, charging toward the void beast. The void beast roared, its eyes flashing with a tyrannical look. It flapped its wings and rushed toward the warship. Chapter 45-58. The void beast roamed the ruins of the universe, and the word fear did not exist in its mind. Now, the old warship actually dared to charge at it. With the violent temper of the void beast, it immediately exploded. How could it still care about Lu Ming? It charged at the old warship, wanting to tear it into pieces. The void beast roared. Its body was covered in mysterious energy, and its sharp claws shone as it grabbed at the old warship. Boom! The two behemoths violently collided. The entire void trembled, and a black ripple spread out in all directions. Not good. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. The black ripple was very similar to the black fog on the old warship. It gave people a very dangerous feeling. Lu Ming did not dare to be hit. He used the greater teleportation technique and moved far away. However, just as Lu Ming moved, the black ripple arrived. The impact caused the void to tremble violently. Lu Ming was only halfway through his teleportation when he was pushed out. His body flew far away like a meteor. Puff! Lu Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. The black ripple had interrupted the greater teleportation technique and caused him to suffer heavy injuries. His body was in tatters with holes in it. Blood flowed out, and many of his bones were broken. It was a tragic sight. What angered Lu Ming the most was the black fog. That was because the black fog had already seeped into his body, and it had seeped into every cell of his body. It seemed to be constantly corroding his body. In the distance, the two behemoths collided. The result was that the void beast was actually at a disadvantage. After the earth-shattering collision, the void beast's huge body was pushed back hundreds of millions of miles. As for the old warship, it was only pushed back a little. The void beast seemed to feel that its dignity was being challenged. It let out a terrifying roar, and a terrifying energy rushed out of its body. It opened its mouth, and a beam of light blasted at the old warship. As for itself, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged at the old warship. The old warship was still shrouded in black fog as it charged at the void beast. The skeleton in front of the warship was motionless, as if it was really an ordinary skeleton. Go, go, go! Seeing the void behemoth charging towards the warship, Lu Ming didn't dare to delay. He raised his speed to the limit and fled for his life. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. Even Lu Ming couldn't withstand the shockwaves. The distance between them was already far enough, but Lu Ming was still heavily injured. If they were in close range, his soul would scatter. Even his taboo body wouldn't be able to do anything. Lu Ming's figure disappeared into the distance in an instant. Behind him, there was another earth-shattering roar. Strong qi overflowed, and black ripples swept out in all directions. Fortunately, Lu Ming was far enough away this time, so he wasn't hit. However, Lu Ming did not dare to linger. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Void Beast and the old warship had clashed. If the Void Beast gave up on the old warship and chased after him, he would really be finished. With such a good opportunity, how could he not escape? Lu Ming circulated his remaining strength with all his might and turned into a beam of light, flying at high speed. Puff! In the process of flying, Lu Ming spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. "That mist is constantly corroding me," Lu Ming whispered, his face abnormally solemn. He had already tried to use his taboo power to refine the mist, but it was useless. Even his taboo power couldn't refine the black mist. Lu Ming tried several times but to no avail. The black fog was still corroding his body at all times. Not only did his injuries not get better, but they also worsened. "I have to find a safe and quiet place to heal my injuries. This black mist is too strange. It's an energy I've never seen before." Lu Ming's face was abnormally solemn. This black mist was actually formed by a kind of energy. However, Lu Ming had never seen this kind of energy before. It was extremely strange and terrifying. Now that he was flying with all his might, he couldn't refine it with all his might. He had to find a quiet and safe place to refine it with all his might. Otherwise, he didn't know what the consequences would be if this dragged on. In this way, Lu Ming endured the pain caused by his injuries and continued to fly. Fortunately, the Void Beast didn't fly over. Just like that, a day passed. During this day, the black mist was still corroding Lu Ming's body, corroding every cell in Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's injuries were getting worse and worse. He had lost a lot of weight and looked like a bag of bones. His aura was incomparably weak. Now, Lu Ming estimated that he couldn't even defeat a divine emperor. Continent. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. A huge continent appeared in front of him. The size of this continent was definitely bigger than any continent that Lu Ming had seen before. Because looking from afar, it was suspended in the void, and he couldn't see the end of it. Far above this continent, there was a river of fire that flowed by, illuminating this continent with light. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and rushed towards this continent, landing on the edge of the continent. "There are plants." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. There were plants on this continent. Although it was only the edge of the continent, there were still mountains and forests, full of vitality. Lu Ming landed in a huge canyon. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and didn't find anything unusual. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated his energy to refine the black mist. Lu Ming's body glowed, and every cell was trembling. The taboo power in every cell was fully erupting, trying to refine the black mist that had invaded his cells. But after a while, Lu Ming stopped, and his face was extremely gloomy. It still didn't work. He mobilized the taboo power in every cell, but it still didn't work. Back then, when he was invaded by the restriction power on the celestial armor, it also seeped into every cell, and he easily refined it with the taboo power. But now, this black mist didn't work. Even the taboo power couldn't refine it. What kind of strange power is this? Even the taboo power can't refine it. Is it some kind of terrifying power from the last era? Lu Ming's face was gloomy. Of course, he wouldn't give up so easily. After resting for a while, he swallowed a large number of divine pills and continued to circulate the taboo power to refine it. But the result was the same. He couldn't refine it, he still couldn't refine it. On the contrary, the black mist was still corroding his body, causing his injuries to become more and more serious. Now, his appearance was extremely terrifying. There were many wounds all over his body, and it was as if the essence of his flesh and blood had been sucked away. He was all skin and bones, like a mummy. His aura was very weak, as if a casual punch would shatter him. Lu Ming, don't tell me you're going to die like this?" Chiu turned into a ball and rolled around Lu Ming anxiously. There were only 2 chapters left today. After sitting in front of the computer for a long time, his waist was about to explode, and he couldn't move anymore. In fact, it started to hurt last month. At that time, I bought some plasters and continued to write. A few days later, it was fine, but I didn't expect it to hurt again yesterday. I endured it and wrote 3 chapters yesterday, but it was too painful at night. This morning, I went to the hospital for an X-ray. I thought there was something wrong with my bones, but it turned out to be a strain on my lumbar muscles. My friends in the reader group all advised me to take a good rest and not update for the next few days. But after thinking about it, I still couldn't do that. I had never stopped updating since I started writing. It would be even more unbearable for me to stop updating. So I laid on the bed and wrote using my voice. But I really wasn't used to it. There were a bunch of wrong words and I had no inspiration. Brothers and sisters, when I recover, I will definitely rise again. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion to recover from my injuries. Chapter 45-59. Don't worry, Xianxia. I've been through so many dangers along the way. It won't be that easy for this black fog to take my life. Stay on the side and protect me. I'll continue refining. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't worry. Focus on healing. Leave the side to me. Xianxia Ali. Lu Ming nodded and continued to operate the forbidden power to refine. This time, tens of thousands of cells on Lu Ming's body shone like stars. These tens of thousands of cells were all cells that had been integrated with secret technique runes. These tens of thousands of cells were connected by a silk thread to form a door. In the middle of the door, a yellow mud road appeared, leading to an unknown dark place. There was also a pool of blood on the yellow mud road. It had been more than 10 years since Lu Ming cultivated this yellow mud road, but this pool of blood was still bright and eye-catching, as if it had just been spilled. This was Lu Ming's door that connected to the cosmic sea. At this moment, a suction force suddenly appeared in front of the yellow mud road. This suction force enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. The black fog in his body seemed to be about to be sucked over. The black fog seemed to be unwilling to be sucked over and struggled frantically. Suddenly, Lu Ming's entire body felt like it was being pricked by countless needles. It was extremely uncomfortable. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to bear this kind of pain. However, Lu Ming had endured all kinds of pain along the way. This kind of pain, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured. Continue. Lu Ming growled and urged with all his strength. Tens of thousands of cells emitted a dazzling light, and the door formed was also abnormally dazzling. The suction force formed by the door also became stronger. There was a powerful force that wanted to pull the black fog in his cells over. Finally, a trace of the black fog was sucked over and suspended above the yellow mud road. Lu Ming was ecstatic. Although he had only absorbed a trace of the black fog, there was still a long way to go before he could completely remove the black fog in his body. However, this was a good sign. As long as he could absorb the black fog, there was hope. At most, it would take some time. Lu Ming continued to operate the door to absorb the black fog. After a while, another wisp of black mist was absorbed and merged with the previous wisp above the yellow dirt road. Lu Ming felt his body relax a little. This might be an illusion. After all, he had only absorbed 2 strands, which was not even 1/10,000th of the total amount of black fog in his body. Keep going, keep going. Lu Ming operated the door with all his might and absorbed the black fog. A day passed in the blink of an eye. After a day of hard work, he had absorbed about 1% of the black mist in his body. After absorbing 1%, he really did feel a little more relaxed. His aura also became a little stronger, and a faint luster flickered on his skin. At this rate, Lu Ming would only need 100 days to get rid of all the black fog. Rustle. At this moment, rustling sounds could be heard from the surroundings of the canyon, causing Lu Ming's expression to change. As for Xianxia, it immediately raised its vigilance. A few pieces protruded from its round body, forming a few battle blades as it scanned its surroundings. Rustle. The rustling sounds were getting closer and closer. Finally, Lu Ming saw what was approaching. It was a type of insect. This type of insect was pitch black and looked like centipedes. Each of them was as thick as an eggplant. They were densely packed all around the canyon. At a glance, there was no telling how many of them there were. When these centipede-like insects saw Lu Ming, their bodies shot out like black lightning and charged toward Lu Ming. "Kill!" Qiu shouted. Its round body rushed out and waved its battle blade. Immediately, hundreds of dazzling blade lights burst out and slashed at those insects. Clang, clang, clang. The battle blade slashed at the insects as if it had hit metal, producing clanging sounds. Hundreds of insects were sent flying and also cut in two. But the terrifying thing was that these insects that were cut in two did not die. They continued to twist their bodies and charged toward Lu Ming and Qiu. After the insect was cut in half, it turned into two. Their numbers decreased instead of increasing. "Damn it!" Qiu shouted and stopped attacking with his blade lights. His body quickly wriggled and transformed into a mirror. Back then, Qiu had swallowed a few broken source-level divine weapons. One of them was a broken mirror that was almost the same as Qiu's current form. The mirror shone and shot out a huge beam of light that enveloped dozens of insects. This beam of light had terrifying destructive power. Those insects that were hit by the beam of light exploded and dissipated into ashes. But there were too many insects in the surroundings. They were densely packed and charged toward Lu Ming and Qiu. Although Qiu tried its best to block, it could not stop all the insects. A portion of them broke through Qiu's defense and charged toward Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, be careful!" Qiu shouted. In an instant, those insects approached Lu Ming. "Scram!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. A powerful force rushed out of his body and spread in all directions. Those bugs were sent flying, smashing into other bugs along the way. Their attack power is not strong. Lu Ming thought. He found that the attack power of these insects was not strong. At most, it was equivalent to the attack power of a void god. If Lu Ming was at his peak, even if he stood there and let these insects attack, they would not be able to do anything to Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's current state was too weak. His strength was less than 100%, especially since there were still many wounds on his body that had not healed. Being attacked by so many insects would have a great impact. Although the attack power of these insects was not strong, their defense power was astonishing. Although Lu Ming's strength was less than 100%, the shock wave that he sent out was at least equivalent to the attack power of a divine king. These insects were not destroyed and were only sent flying. Their attack power was so weak but their defense power was so strong. The insects of the universe ruins were indeed strange. Those insects twisted their bodies and charged toward Lu Ming again. Lu Ming sent out another shock wave and sent these insects flying. However, these insects were still fine and continued to charge toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. Although the attack power of these insects was not strong, they still had a great impact on him by constantly charging at him. He now needed to circulate his power to dispel the black fog. However, with these insects interfering, he could not fully dispel the black fog. The black fog was constantly corroding him. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it was for him. With his current remaining strength, it was not enough to destroy these insects. Qiu could destroy them, but there were too many of them. Qiu alone could not kill them all. Boom! When the insects approached, Lu Ming erupted with a force and sent these insects flying. Chapter 4560. Just like that, Lu Ming attacked dozens of times in a row and repelled dozens of waves of insects. However, this way, the black fog took the opportunity to counterattack, causing his face to turn paler and his aura to weaken. At this moment, Qiu had killed at least tens of thousands of insects. However, the insects in all directions were still endless. They kept rushing towards Lu Ming and Qiu. There was simply no way to kill them. "We can only leave here. Qiu, protect me and break out." Lu Ming said to Qiu. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll kill them all." Qiu roared and rushed to Lu Ming's side. It flew onto Lu Ming's body, wanting to transform into armor to cover Lu Ming and then rush out. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze shifted and he looked in a direction. That was because, in that direction, there was a thick cloud of smoke that was spreading towards them. Moreover, that direction was upwind. With the help of the wind, the thick smoke billowed and enveloped the area. Wherever the thick smoke passed, The insects seemed to be very afraid and retreated one after another. Some turned around and ran. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Obviously, this thick smoke could restrain these insects. The thick smoke grew bigger and bigger, and the entire valley was shrouded in thick smoke. This thick smoke did not affect Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu at all, but it was a great deterrent to those insects. Wherever the thick smoke passed, countless insects fled. In a short while, the originally densely packed insects actually fled without a single one left. Lu Ming spread out his spirit sense. Sure enough, he did not find any insects in the surroundings. Lu Ming did not leave immediately. He was waiting. The thick smoke would not rise for no reason. It must be intentional. Who was it? Or rather, what kind of living being was it? On this strange continent in the ruins of the universe, what kind of living being would save him? Strange. Lu Ming looked in that direction. In the thick smoke, he saw a figure walking over. Human. Lu Ming was shocked. The figure that was flying over was actually in human form. Could it be the heavenly human race? But how could the celestial race save him? Just now, he didn't use the great imitation technique to change his aura and appearance. If the celestial race saw him, they would definitely recognize him. Could it be someone from Heaven Destroyer? It was also possible. Although this area was newly developed and occupied by the experts of the Heavenly Palace, Fei Huang said that there were also a few people from the Heaven Destroyer adventuring in this area. It wasn't surprising to run into people from the Heaven Destroyer. Soon, the figure approached, and the outline became clearer and clearer. It was a young man who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. He still had a childish air about him, and as he looked around, he dashed toward Lu Ming. It's really a human. What's going on? His cultivation is so low, not even at the deity realm? Seeing this young man, Lu Ming was extremely puzzled. He could sense that this young man was a human, but his cultivation was too low. He actually did not even reach deity realm, only heavenly emperor realm cultivation. This was simply unbelievable. This was the ruins of the universe. How could a human who was not even at the deity realm appear here? Could it be that the other party was actually a terrifying old monster who deliberately hid his cultivation? But even if he hid his cultivation, he shouldn't hide his cultivation to the heavenly emperor realm. This was really too low. Anyone who saw it would feel abnormal. Big brother, are you okay? Are your injuries serious? Are you okay? The young man walked over and asked. Lu Ming frowned slightly. At such a close distance, he still couldn't see any signs of the young man hiding his cultivation. It was as if his cultivation was really only at the heavenly emperor realm. This was really unbelievable. I'm fine. Did you release the thick smoke just now? Lu Ming asked. Yes, the centipedes are afraid of the thick smoke from the burning talisman fairy flower. Once they smell the thick smoke, they will run away. I just saw that you were besieged by a large number of centipedes. I just happened to have some talisman fairy flowers with me, so I immediately lit them. Fortunately, the centipedes were driven away. Thank God. The young man explained. Lu Ming observed carefully. From his expression, this person really didn't look like an old monster hiding his cultivation. Little brother, thank you for saving me just now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. Big brother, you don't have to be polite. I just happened to pass by here. Since I met you, how can I not save you? Let's leave quickly. After the smoke of the talisman fairy flower dissipates, those centipedes will come back. That will be troublesome. The young man said. Hey, let's leave first. Lu Ming nodded and also planned to leave this place. Obviously, this place was not suitable for healing. There were insects all around, and he couldn't heal in peace. The young man led the way, and the two headed north. Little brother, what's your name? Why you here? While rushing, Lu Ming asked tentatively. He found that the young man didn't know how to fly. With the cultivation of the heavenly emperor realm, even on those life planets in the universe, he couldn't fly, let alone in the universe ruins. My name is Hai Zong. I appeared here because the village I live in is not far from here. I often come here to pick herbs. The young man said. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. He was very surprised. The young man, who was Hai Zong, lived nearby, and the village he lived in What did all this mean? It meant that Hai Zong was a native of this place. There was actually a native of the human race in the universe ruins. Was he a descendant left behind by the powerhouses who had explored the universe ruins in the past, or was he a creature born on this continent? Because according to Fei Huang, the laws and profound meanings of the universe ruins had become much more orderly and stable in the past few decades. Some creatures had already been born and formed a race, but their strength was still not very strong. However, Lu Ming still felt that it was inconceivable for the universe ruins to give birth to the human race. Perhaps, they were the descendants of the human powerhouses who had traveled here in the past. Lu Ming decided to beat around the bush. The young man's thoughts weren't deep. After Lu Ming beat around the bush, Lu Ming knew a lot of secrets. The young man called himself a member of the Yen clan. The Yen clan was spread all over this continent, forming countless forces of various sizes. The Yen clan was born on this continent. Their ancestors had walked out of the ancestral mountain and multiplied. Until now, no one knew how many years had passed. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down. Hai Zong and his other clansmen were actually born on this continent. Why did this continent give birth to the human race? He had observed carefully. Hai Zong was really a human. This was absolutely true, unless he had also practiced the great imitation technique. This continent could give birth to the human race, which made Lu Ming wonder how he, as a human, came to be. Could it be that the human race in the primitive universe was also born like this? Most of the other races in the primitive universe were the descendants of the original gods. After generations of inheritance, they formed the various races. For example, the dragon race, the devil race, the blood race, and so on. Of course, the heavenly human race wasn't, and neither was the angel race. Legend had it that the heavenly human race was created. P.S. My lumbar muscles are strained. It's very painful. I'm lying in bed and writing on my phone. It's too slow. Sorry. Today, my old waist is still bursting. I'm lying in bed and typing with my voice. It's too slow. There's a bunch of wrong words. In the end, I switched to typing with my phone. It's just as slow. I can only type a few hundred words in an hour. After typing twice, not only are my eyes uncomfortable, but my neck and arms are also very sore. Chapter 4561. In fact, Lu Ming also didn't know how the heavenly human race appeared. The power they controlled was completely different from that of other races, and they had their own system. Another thing was that Lu Ming did not know how the human race in the primordial universe first appeared. In the past, he thought that the human race, the dragon race, the demon race, and so on had evolved from the bloodline of primitive gods. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. The evolution of the human race was not simple. The two chatted as they walked. After a few hours, a village appeared in front of them. The village wasn't big, and it was surrounded by a fence made of a strange wood. There were some strange flowers and plants around the fence. These flowers and the wooden fence emitted a strange fragrance. Brother Tianyun, there are all sorts of insects around this area. The wooden fence and the smell of the flowers and plants around it can deter the insects from approaching. Hai Zong explained. Tianyun was the alias Lu Ming used. After all, this area was developed by the heavenly human tribe. There might be members of the heavenly human tribe on this continent. Lu Ming decided not to use his real name. It was better to use an alias to avoid attracting the attention of the heavenly human tribe. After all, he was now in the body of the black mist and his strength was very weak. If he attracted the attention of the heavenly human race, it would be troublesome. He had used this alias in the spirit space, so when Hai Zong asked, he casually used this alias. No one in the primitive universe knew this alias. Brother Tianyun, don't you have insects in your world? Hai Zong asked curiously. Previously, Lu Ming had been beating around the bush. Hai Zong had always thought that Lu Ming was the same as him, a person from this world. It was just that he came from a distant place. In fact, with Hai Zong's cultivation he couldn't even fly. He didn't have the concept of other worlds in his mind at all. He only knew that this world was everything. Of course, he didn't know that Lu Ming wasn't from their world at all. The two walked into the village. When the surrounding villagers saw Hai Zong, they all nodded and greeted him. After a while, the two came to a small courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large and was made of wood. It was very simple and crude, but it was very clean. Brother Tianyun, you can stay in this room. Hai Zong pointed to a room on the right. Hai Zong, do you live alone? Lu Ming asked. That was because his spiritual sense had already swept over the monastery. Other than them, there was no one else present. Furthermore, there were some basic daily necessities that could only be used for one person. Yeah, I used to live with my grandfather, but he passed away a few years ago, and I'm the only one left. As he spoke, Hai Zong's eyes reddened. My apologies, Lu Ming said. It's fine. I was just being a little sentimental. Big brother Tianyun, your injuries haven't healed yet. You should hurry up and treat your injuries. Hai Zong said. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, he had to make the best use of his time to refine the black fog. The black fog was constantly corroding his body and aggravating his injuries. He walked into the room, closed the door, and let Qiuqiu guard him. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated his forbidden power. Tens of thousands of cells in his body lit up and constructed a door. A powerful suction force was generated and enveloped his entire body. Immediately, the black mist in all his cells began to become restless and frantically struggled. However, it didn't struggle for long before a trace of the black mist was absorbed by the door and merged with the mist above the yellow mud road. Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash. In 3 days, the black mist had decreased by about 3%. In addition to the 1% that he had absorbed before, Lu Ming had absorbed a total of 4%. Lu Ming's situation was a little better than before. His complexion was a little stronger, and his muscles had bulged a little. His entire body looked a little plumper and not as terrifying as before. There are no bugs here to disturb me. In another 3 months, I'll be able to recover. Lu Ming pondered. This feeling of not being in the right state and his cultivation being weak was really uncomfortable. Lu Ming desperately wanted to recover as soon as possible. Dong dong dong. At that instant, a series of crisp chimes were heard. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. Brother Tianyun, it's time for prayer. Hai Zong's voice came from outside. Prayer? Lu Ming frowned, not understanding what was going on. Lu Ming withdrew his forbidden power, opened the door, and walked out. Hai Zong, what is prayer? Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided to ask. Hai Zong didn't know that there were other worlds, so he shouldn't suspect him. Brother Tianyun, don't you need to pray to the gods in your hometown? Hai Zong was surprised. My hometown is very remote, so there's no need to pray. I don't know what prayer is about. Can you tell me? Lu Ming said. It seems that the world is too big, and there are places that the light of the gods can't cover. Prayer is to pray to the gods, to pray for their blessings and lead us to prosperity and glory. Hai Zong said. Gods? Lu Ming was a little confused. In the primitive universe, immortal realm existences were considered gods in the minor kiliacosm. They were powerful and omnipotent. But he knew that immortal realm cultivators were just slightly stronger cultivators. What were the gods on this continent? There are no gods in my hometown. Hai Zong, have you seen any gods? Lu Ming asked. No, I haven't seen any gods, but the elders said that the gods can only guide us to resist the attacks of the bugs, guide us to cultivation, and lead us to glory, Hai Zong said. Could it be that our cultivation methods were all imparted to us by gods? Lu Ming continued to ask. Well, not all of them. Brother Tianyun, don't you know that the cultivation methods of the Yen clan were all comprehended by the ancestors of the Yen clan from the Mountain of Ancestors, but the gods passed down a part of it later, Hai Zong said. Hai Zong asked. He had some doubts about Lu Ming's question. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have any concept of other worlds, he would have suspected that Lu Ming wasn't from this world. Why didn't he know some common knowledge? I really don't know. My cultivation methods were all passed down to me by my father. I've never asked about other things, so I know very little. Lu Ming casually found an excuse. Oh, I see. Hai Zong nodded. The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived at a relatively large courtyard. At this moment, there were already thousands of people gathered in the courtyard. They were all from this village, men and women of all ages. In front of the courtyard, there was a stone statue of a middle-aged man who was 10 meters tall. This is the heavenly human race. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He was too familiar with the heavenly human race. Regardless of gender, the heavenly human race had exquisite facial features and were easy to recognize. Moreover, there was a strange aura coming from the statue, which was clearly the aura of the heavens. Chapter 45-62. Lu Ming was sure that the statue was of the heavenly human tribe. Could the deity that Hai Zong was talking about be the heavenly human tribe? Lu Ming's heart stirred. That was very likely. The Yen tribe was born on this continent. In the ruins of the universe, the laws and ultimacies were in a mess. It was only in the last few dozen stellar years that the laws and ultimacies became more orderly. In other words, the history of the Yen tribe was only a few dozen stellar years. They had cultivated from nothing in the past few dozen stellar years. They would not be strong at all. The strongest person in the Yen tribe would not have a high cultivation level. Lu Ming sensed that the strongest person in the village was only at the empty god realm. If the heavenly human tribe came to this continent, they would be at least at the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm or the Divine Master realm. In the eyes of the Yen tribe, they were no different from deities. As long as the experts of the heavenly human tribe showed some skills, they would be worshipped as deities by the Yen tribe. Okay, time's up. Let's start the prayer. There was an elder under the statue. He said to the statue respectfully and then knelt down in front of the statue and bowed deeply. The other people in the yard did the same, including Hai Zong. They bowed deeply and started praying. Lu Ming did not do that. How could he bow to the statue of the heavenly human tribe? He stood there and watched silently. The villagers were praying wholeheartedly, so no one noticed that Lu Ming was still standing. After a while, Lu Ming saw something that shocked him. He realized that when the villagers started praying, they seemed to have some kind of resonance with the statue. Lu Ming activated the forbidden energy in his eyes. He could clearly see that there was a thread on the villagers' bodies that was connected to the statue. It seemed that something was following the thread and gathering on the statue. A layer of hazy light appeared on the statue. Is this the legendary power of faith? The heavenly human tribe is collecting the power of faith? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He had read in an ancient book that in the early days of the Heavenly Palace era, there was a cultivation method that was popular for a time. That was the cultivation method of the power of faith. Many experts would gather believers and power of faith from all over the place. Many powerful beings had believers all over the vital planets and even the minor worlds. However, there was a huge drawback to cultivating the power of faith. It was still fine in the early stages, but the more one cultivated it, the harder it would be to control it, and one could easily suffer a backlash. After all, the power of faith came from countless different living beings and contained different wills. Once it reached a certain level, even top-notch experts would find it difficult to control it. Their bodies would be affected, and they might even suffer a backlash from the power of faith. In the best-case scenario, they would be severely injured, and in the worst-case scenario, they would die. Thus, as time passed, that sort of cultivation method was no longer practiced by anyone. It was practically extinct. He didn't expect to see the heavenly human tribe collecting the power of faith here. What is the heavenly human tribe doing? Is it for cultivation or something else? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was praying with all their hearts. Wait, there was one person who wasn't praying with all his heart, and that was seawater. Lu Ming found that the thread between seawater and the statue was very faint, as if it would dissipate at any time. Seawater said that he believes in the gods, but in fact, I'm afraid that's not what he thinks. Lu Ming smiled slightly. The faint thread meant that Seawater wasn't praying with all his heart. He was just putting on an act here. Lu Ming watched quietly. After 3 hours, the prayer ended. Under the statue, the old man, who was the village chief, was the first to end the prayer. He opened his eyes and stood up, raising his arms to announce the end of the prayer. Afterward, he saw Lu Ming standing there with his back straight and his eyes closed to rest. In fact, Lu Ming was secretly absorbing the black mist. He didn't want to waste time. How dare you not pray? How dare you? The village chief pointed at Lu Ming and roared. This roar woke everyone up and they all looked at Lu Ming. What? This person didn't pray? How dare he? This is blasphemy against the gods. He must be punished. I suggest you burn him alive on a stake. Many villagers shouted. Lu Ming actually dared to disrespect and blaspheme the gods. They were afraid. They were afraid that the gods would be angry and not protect them. They might even punish them. Therefore, they vented their anger on Lu Ming. Men, drag him out and burn him to death. The village chief shouted. Immediately, a few burly men stepped forward, wanting to take Lu Ming down. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The strongest person in this village was only at the empty god realm, but they wanted to kill him. Even if he didn't do it himself, Xiao, who was at the 9th great god realm, could destroy this village in one move. Wait, village chief, wait. At this moment, Hai Zong yelled and hurriedly stood in front of Lu Ming. Seawater, are you trying to protect him? The village chief said coldly. Village chief, Tianyun isn't from our village. Seawater explained. I know he isn't from our village, but even if he isn't from our village, he has to pray when he enters our village. This is the rule set by the gods. The village chief said coldly. Village chief, Tianyun's village is very remote. It isn't covered by the light of the gods yet. Also, the gods have a rule that there is no need to pray under special circumstances. Tianyun is seriously injured and needs to be treated. If he prays, his injuries will worsen. This is in accordance with the rules set by the gods. I believe the gods won't blame him. Seawater explained loudly. The village chief and the other villagers looked at Lu Ming carefully. Lu Ming's condition was indeed very bad. Although the wounds on his body had recovered a little over the past few days, he was still very skinny and his aura was weak. He indeed looked as if his vitality had been greatly damaged. The village chief and the others heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't need to pray when he was seriously injured. The gods did have such a rule. They believed the gods wouldn't blame him. All right, Seawater, take him away. Next time, if your injuries aren't healed, you don't need to come. But if you are, you must come as long as you are still in our village. Otherwise, you will be sentenced to death. The village chief said sternly. Yes. Seawater nodded repeatedly. Then he gave Lu Ming a look and left with Lu Ming. After walking far away, Seawater sighed and said, that was close. Fortunately, your injuries aren't healed. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lu Ming smiled and didn't mind. He said, how long have you been praying like this? Are other places praying like this? A long time. It has been passed down for many generations. At least tens of thousands of years. As far as I know, wherever the light of the gods shines, people have to pray. Seawater said. Lu Ming nodded silently. The heavenly human tribe had excavated the heavenly star area about tens of thousands of years ago. Chapter 45-63. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion, absorbing the black fog. 3 days later, the bell rang once more. The time for prayer had arrived. This time, Lu Ming did not go with Hai Zong. Instead, he remained here and continued to absorb the black fog. Just like this, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, when the last sliver of black fog was absorbed, Lu Ming's aura flourished and reached its peak. The injuries on his body had long since healed. His muscles were swollen, and his qi and blood were boiling. Lu Ming discovered that after this tribulation, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. He had reached the peak of first-layer Divine Lord Realm. He was not far from second-layer Divine Lord Realm. Originally, he had absorbed and refined around 50 desolate crystals, but if he wanted to reach the peak of first-layer Divine Lord Realm, he would need another 50 desolate crystals. But now, he had reached the peak of first-layer Divine Lord Realm without even absorbing a single desolate crystal. It was clear that the black fog had forced out Lu Ming's potential. In this period of time, his body still had forbidden energy, constantly fighting against the black fog, constantly stimulating his potential. Now that the black mist had been removed, his cultivation had naturally increased. Then, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the yellow dirt road. At this moment, there was a ball of black fog above the yellow dirt road. It was about the size of an egg, and it was precisely the energy that Lu Ming had absorbed from his body. This black fog is very strange and terrifying. If I use it, it can become a trump card. Lu Ming pondered. The reason he had been able to resist the black fog for so long was entirely because he had forbidden energy. He had scattered this forbidden energy throughout his body to every cell, and this also served as a form of resistance against the black fog. But others did not have forbidden energy. If they came into contact with the black fog, their bodies would rapidly corrode. Only those with a high enough cultivation would be able to resist it. This black fog was absolutely terrifying. Lu Ming then thought of that old warship floating in the void. Its entire body was covered in this black fog, and it was even more terrifying. Previously, Lu Ming was very far away. He had only been slightly touched by the aftershocks, and he had almost died. If he got close to that warship, he would definitely be corroded to the point that not even dregs would be left. Where did that old warship come from? Is it the treasure of some top-notch expert, or was it left behind from the previous era? I wonder what happened to the warship and the void beast. Did the old warship get destroyed by the void beast? Lu Ming let his imagination run wild. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head and threw these questions out of his mind. After being delayed for so many months, it's time to take action. Let's secretly investigate first and see where the celestial race is. Lu Ming was thinking about his next plan. At this time, the bell rang and it was time for prayer. After Hai Zong left, Lu Ming's figure flashed as he left the village. Then he shot up into the sky and flew off into the distance. In the process of flying, Lu Ming's figure and appearance quickly changed. In the end, he became a middle-aged celestial race man. After transforming into a celestial race man, Lu Ming did not have any scruples. He increased his speed to the maximum and flew into the sky first to look down. This continent was really huge. Its overall area was many times larger than the dragon race's mother planet. Everywhere was lush and full of vitality. This continent is full of vitality and is incomparably huge. It must contain treasures. Otherwise, the celestial race would not have taken a fancy to it. Maybe there are a lot of chaos crystals here. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, the continent with the black heaven source gold ore contained a lot of chaos crystals. This continent was many times larger than that continent. Moreover, it gave birth to the celestial race. It was definitely not simple. There might be a big harvest. There's a big city over there. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming looked down and saw a big city. He flew down and shrouded the city with his spirit sense. This big city had a large population. They were all humans, which was the celestial race that Hai Zong mentioned. Unfortunately, the people in this big city were all praying at this moment. In the city, there were many statues of the celestial race. At least a few million people were praying devoutly. Traces of faith power were constantly being absorbed by the statues. Lu Ming frowned. He knew that the celestial race absorbing the faith power would definitely be useful. However, he did not know what it was exactly. However, Lu Ming would destroy anything that was beneficial to the celestial race. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to investigate this matter. Lu Ming, I feel that there's something delicious in that direction. It's super delicious, Qiu Qiu shouted. Its eyes were rolling around and emitting a dazzling light. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming followed Qiu Qiu's instructions and flew in that direction. Not long after, he saw a large mountain range. In one of the mountain ranges, many figures could be seen, densely packed together. This is a mine. The people here are not praying. Lu Ming was startled. He hid in the dark and observed. As expected, he found something. On the top of one of the mountains, Lu Ming saw a few people. Those people were all from the celestial race. There were 5 people from the celestial race in total. One of them was a divine lord, but he was only at the first layer of the divine lord layer. The other 4 were elders of the 9th layer of the divine lord layer. There was a huge gap between the 9th layer of the divine lord layer and the divine lord layer. It was too difficult to break through. Therefore, there were many elders of the celestial race who were stuck at the 9th layer of the Divine Lord layer. Many of those elders of the 9th layer of the Divine Lord layer would choose to go to the ruins of the universe to seek opportunities to break through. Although the ruins of the universe were very dangerous for cultivators of the 9th layer of the Divine Lord layer, they had to take the risk. If they continued, their lifespan would be exhausted. Apart from the 5 from the celestial race, the others are all from the human race. The human race is mining, Lu Ming continued to observe. He found that there were many mines of different sizes in the mountain range. A large number of humans went in and out of the mines. They were busy working. However, none of them went in and out of the mines. Apparently, the people of the celestial race were just managing. Delicious food, Lu Ming. There's delicious food in those mines. Delicious food. Qiuqiu's voice kept ringing in Lu Ming's ears. Qiuqiu's eyes were shining. Qiuqiu, don't be impatient. Let's find a chance to go in and have a look. Lu Ming said. The 5 from the celestial race were on the highest mountain. Their spirit senses covered the area. Lu Ming would definitely be discovered if he went in directly. Although he had turned into a member of the celestial race, he would be exposed if he met the other members of the celestial race. Moreover, the strongest of the 5 was only at the 1st layer of the Divine Lord layer. Lu Ming could easily kill them. However, Lu Ming didn't want to alert them now. He didn't know how many members of the celestial race were on this continent and how many experts there were. If he alerted them, it would be disadvantageous for him. He had to investigate secretly first. Chapter 4564. Lu Ming used the Great Concealment Technique and hid in the dark to observe. Sure enough, a few hours later, Lu Ming found an opportunity. A burly human left the mine as if he was going to do something. Soon, he left the range of the heavenly human tribe's spiritual sense. Swoosh! Lu Ming rushed out and struck the back of the burly man's head with his palm. Lu Ming controlled his strength very well. He only knocked the burly man unconscious and did not kill him. Lu Ming was also a principled person. The other party had no enmity with him, so he naturally would not kill him easily. Then, he waved his hand and sent the burly man into the chaos ring. Then, he used the great imitation technique and transformed into the burly man's appearance. Even his life origin aura was exactly the same. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to return to the mine. If the burly man returned as soon as he left the mine, he was afraid that it would arouse the heavenly human tribe's suspicion. Lu Ming waited nearby for a few hours and then swaggered toward the mine. When he approached the mine, the heavenly human tribe's spiritual sense swept over and circled him once before retracting. Naturally, they did not find any flaws. Lu Ming continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened and arrived at the mine. This area was full of potholes, and each mine was emitting a hazy light. Many people were going in and out, busy. Lu Ming randomly chose a mine and walked in. In the depths of the mine, he found a large number of humans mining and refining the metal in the ore. It's icy fire star silver. It's actually icy fire star silver. After Lu Ming carefully identified the metal ore, Lu Ming's heart shook violently. He was somewhat in disbelief. The metal contained in the ore here was actually icy fire star silver. Previously, Qiuqiu had mentioned icy fire star silver in detail. When refining a source-level divine weapon, if icy fire star silver was added, the success rate would be greatly increased. It could increase the success rate of refining a source-level divine weapon to 20%. This was because the ice fire star silver could perfectly harmonize all kinds of materials, allowing them to fuse together perfectly, greatly reducing the difficulty of forging a soul-grade weapon. As for Qiuqiu, because it had eaten too many original weapons and main weapons, it had produced a lot of impurities. It was stuck at the top of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. It would take tens of thousands of years to break through to the next level. However, if he had enough ice fire star silver, he could quickly refine the impurities and evolve again. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Eat, I want to eat. Qiuqiu was so excited that he kept sending voice transmissions to Lu Ming. No rush, no rush. Let's observe for a while first. It won't be too late to make a move later. Lu Ming said. Only then did Xiaoqiu calm down. No, this is… At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a piercing pain on his skin, as if it was being cut by countless blades. It hurts? Lu Ming, there's something wrong with the lighting here, Xiaoqiu also began to shout. Of course, they were all transmitting their voices through their souls and not through their voices. That's right, the lighting here. Lu Ming also noticed it. The mine was filled with hazy light. This kind of light shone on him and had a terrifying attacking power. It was going to destroy him completely. Xiaoqiu, go into the ancient desolation ring first, Lu Ming thought. Xiaoqiu disappeared from his wrist and went into the ancient desolation ring without anyone noticing. Lu Ming circulated the forbidden energy and covered his body. Only then did he feel better. However, Lu Ming realized that this kind of light was still attacking the forbidden energy. The forbidden energy didn't completely block it, but was constantly consuming it. If this continued, the forbidden energy would be pierced through sooner or later. What kind of energy is this? It's so terrifying. No, why are these people fine? Lu Ming discovered that the people who were mining here were completely fine. They seemed to be exactly the same as they were in other places. What's going on? This kind of light won't attack them? Lu Ming thought quickly, but he didn't show it on his face. He went to another mine and found that the situation was the same. All the mines had this kind of light. The light wasn't dazzling, but its power was terrifying. In just a short while, a third of Lu Ming's forbidden energy was consumed. This speed was simply astonishing. It gave people the feeling that this kind of light was even more terrifying than the black mist that invaded Lu Ming's body. The black mist didn't consume the forbidden energy at such a fast speed. What are you doing? Hurry up and get to work. Dawdling here is disrespectful to the gods. If the gods are angry and send down divine punishment, no one can save you. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. A burly man walked over and glared at Lu Ming. He was holding a leather whip in his hand. This burly man was also a human. He seemed to be the manager here. Lu Ming nodded repeatedly and pretended to go to the side to work. After the manager left, Lu Ming's figure flashed and also left. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief after leaving the mine cave. There wasn't that kind of light outside the mine. The mine contains terrifying light, but the people of the Yan tribe are fine. However, Xiaoqiu and I were attacked. Could it be related to the bloodline of the Yan tribe? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He started to speculate based on the clues he had. Although the Yan tribe was also a human, they were born on this continent. In terms of bloodline, they were definitely different from Lu Ming. Perhaps it was because of the bloodline of the Yan tribe that they weren't attacked by that kind of light. If other living beings entered, they would be attacked by that kind of light. Therefore, the heavenly human tribe didn't enter but stayed outside. Perhaps the heavenly human tribe pretended to be gods and controlled the people on this continent so that they could dig for ores for them. No, it's just digging for ores. There's no need to go through so much trouble. It's enough to deter them with a powerful force. Moreover, they're still absorbing the power of faith. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Lu Ming still couldn't figure out why they were absorbing the power of faith. Let's leave this place first and observe in secret. Lu Ming thought for a while. Then, he used the great imitation art and transformed into the other Yan tribe member he saw in the mine. He swaggered out. There didn't seem to be any restrictions on leaving this place. However, there would be people checking to see if they had secretly taken the Ice Fire Star Silver out. Lu Ming easily passed the check and left the mine area. After leaving the mine area, Lu Ming used the great concealing art again and hid in the dark. He mainly observed the 5 heavenly human tribe members. For the first 2 days, he didn't find anything. On the 3rd day, he finally found something. Another heavenly human tribe member arrived. This heavenly human tribe member had a cultivation of the 2nd level of the Divine Master Realm. When he landed on the tallest mountain peak, the previous 5 celestial race cultivators all nodded and bowed respectfully towards this person. Finally, the 1st level Divine Master Heavenly Human Tribe member took out a storage ring and handed it to the 2nd level Divine Master Heavenly Human Tribe member. Chapter 45-65. Could it be that the extracted Ice Fire Star Silver is inside? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a fiery light. This was very likely. Through his observations over the past few days, he knew that the ice fire star silver extracted from the mines would be handed over to the 5 celestial beings every day. And now, this second-layer divine master expert might also be here to collect the ice fire star silver. There might be more than one mine on this continent, and the experts of the celestial race were obviously not limited to these few. Therefore, it was reasonable that there would be people collecting the ice fire star silver from various mines. The second-layer divine master heavenly human took the storage ring and checked its contents. He nodded and left. Lu Ming followed him quietly. He could not miss out on the ice fire star silver. Lu Ming had planned to observe for a few more days before taking action to kill the 5 celestial beings and take the ice fire star silver from them. Now that the ice fire star silver might be taken away by this second-layer divine master, Lu Ming naturally had his eyes on this person. After following him for a long distance, Lu Ming took action when he passed by a secluded area. Without wasting any time, Lu Ming used the heaven-breaking style, turning into a dazzling ray of light that pierced toward this celestial being. With Lu Ming's strength, this sudden attack gave the other party no chance to retaliate. By the time this celestial being discovered, it was already too late. This celestial being was pierced by the spear light, his body exploded, and he died on the spot. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming grabbed this celestial being's storage ring. Then, with a fire, this celestial being's corpse was completely reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Then, with a flash, he left the place. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming took out the storage ring and began to search. There were other storage rings in the storage ring, and Lu Ming patiently looked through them one by one. Lu Ming skimmed through the other items and found nothing. Ice Fire Star Silver. Finally, Lu Ming found the Ice Fire Star Silver in one of the storage rings. With a thought, a longan-sized piece of metal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The color of the metal was very strange. There were 2 kinds of light flowing on it. One was crimson red while the other was dark blue. The 2 lights seemed to blend together without any sense of disharmony. Furthermore, there were specks of light shining on it like starlight. That was why it was called Ice Fire Star Silver. This piece is only about 10 grams. This Ice Fire Star Silver is really light. Lu Ming sighed. The longan-sized piece of Ice Fire Star Silver only weighed about 10 grams. It was not much heavier than cotton. It was rare to see such a light metal. If it was the black sky source gold, a longan-sized piece would be heavier than a meteorite. Lu Ming checked the storage ring. There were a total of 30 pieces of Ice Fire Star Silver in the storage ring. Each piece was about 10 grams. 30 yuan added up to 300 grams. 300 grams wasn't even enough to refine a source-grade divine weapon. Refining a source-grade divine weapon required about half a kilogram. As for Xiaoqiu, if he wanted to completely neutralize the impurities in his body, he would need 5 kilograms. This was far from enough. Eat, I want to eat. Xiaoqiu cried out impatiently. Here. Lu Ming gave all 30 pieces of Ice Fire Star Silver to Xiaoqiu, who swallowed them in one gulp. Then, Xiaoqiu showed a satisfied expression. Delicious, really delicious. Unfortunately, there's too little. It's not enough for me to neutralize the impurities, I think. I think there's more than one mine. Let's go to other places and see if there are any other mines. Lu Ming said. He then used the great imitation art to transform into the second-layer divine master heavenly human and swaggered off in a certain direction. Of course, before he left, he let out the Yen tribe man that he had placed in the primitive ring. This continent was too vast. He flew for more than a day before he finally found a mine. There really is another mine. I wonder if the metal in this mine is Ice Fire Star Silver. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming thought as he swaggered toward the tallest mountain. He had already discovered that there were 5 heavenly human race experts on this mountain. 1 first-layer divine master and 4 ninth-layer divine emperor heavenly human elders. As Lu Ming landed, the 5 heavenly human race experts hurriedly bowed. Hand over your harvest during this time to me. Lu Ming said in a commanding tone. Why did Lord Yu come to collect Ice Fire Star Silver this month? Wasn't it always Lord Wuxin? The first layer Divine Master Heavenly Human asked in surprise. It really is Ice Fire Star Silver. Lu Ming inwardly rejoiced, but he did not show it on his face. Wuxin just happened to have some matters to attend to and needs to enter seclusion, so I'll do it in his place. However, there are still 3 days before the 1-month deadline. Lord Yiling Tianshou has set a rule that every mine will only collect the Ice Fire Star Silver after the 30-day deadline. Lord Yu has come to collect it ahead of time. It seems to be against the rules. I'd better ask Lord Yiling Tianshou first. The first layer Divine Master Heavenly Human said. He then took out a message transmission jade talisman and prepared to send a message. He did not suspect that this Lord Yu in front of him was someone else in disguise. He just felt that it was against the rules and was afraid of being punished, so he decided to ask the true manager of this continent, Yiling Tianshou. They're really seeking death. Lu Ming inwardly sighed. Originally, if these people handed over the Ice Fire Star Silver to him, he would retreat and not do anything. He did not want to alert the enemy and make it harder to get more Ice Fire Star Silver. But now, these people wanted to send a message to the heavenly human race above, so Lu Ming had no choice but to act. Lu Ming struck, his finger like a spear, pointing at the first layer Divine Master's forehead. This person had never imagined that Lu Ming would suddenly attack him, so he simply could not dodge. In truth, even if he knew that Lu Ming was going to attack him, he would not have been able to dodge. The difference in power between the two was too great. Plush! Blood splattered everywhere. The man's forehead was pierced, and his soul was annihilated in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not believe that Lu Ming would suddenly attack him. With a thud, the man's corpse fell to the ground. The other 4 9th-layer Great God Realm Elders of the heavenly human race were stunned. They stared blankly at Lu Ming, forgetting to run. Lu Ming flicked his finger, and 4 spear lights shot out, killing the 4 9th-layer Great God Realm Elders of the heavenly human race. The 4 heavenly human race elders were severely injured, and they were unable to fight anymore. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put the 5 heavenly human race elders into the ancient desolation ring. The reason why Lu Ming spared the 4 heavenly human elders was that Lu Ming had some questions to ask these heavenly humans. Also, Lu Ming wanted to find out the exact location of the other mines so that he would not fly around like a headless fly. Chapter 45-66. After packing up, Lu Ming didn't leave. Instead, he stayed at the peak of the mountain and condensed his spiritual consciousness in the ancient desolation ring. He appeared in front of the 4 severely injured heavenly human tribe elders. Lord Yu, why did you attack us? One of the heavenly human tribe elders roared. Nonsense! How can I hand over such a precious treasure like the Ice Fire Star Silver? Lu Ming sneered. He was still pretending to be Lord Yu. The great imitation technique was very mysterious. It could even imitate the condensation of spiritual consciousness. You want to take the Ice Fire Star Silver for yourself. If Lord Yiling Tianshou finds out about this, you will end up in a miserable state. It was still the heavenly human tribe elder who roared furiously. He looked as if he was filled with righteous indignation. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and the head of the elder from the heavenly human tribe exploded like a watermelon. His soul was also annihilated by this step. The faces of the remaining 3 old men turned pale. I'm not here to listen to your threats and I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Now, what are you going to answer me when I ask you? Why is there a strange light in the mine? Wasn't that kind of light harmful to other living beings? But harmless to the Yen tribe? Lu Ming asked. Although he could guess many things, they were only his guesses and needed to be confirmed. You don't even know this? You're not Lord Yu. Or you? One of the elders shouted. Why would the real Lord Yu ask such a question? They were all old men who had lived for countless years. They knew that Lu Ming was definitely not the real Lord Yu, but a fake. I'm the one asking you now, not you. Do you want to die? Lu Ming glanced at the elder coldly. The elder couldn't help but shiver and reveal a look of fear. Lu Ming's ruthless means were still vivid in his mind. I'll give you 3 breaths to answer my question. Otherwise, I'll choose one of you to kill. Lu Ming said coldly. The cold, killing intent let the three heavenly human tribe elders know that Lu Ming wasn't joking. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The fear in the eyes of the three heavenly human tribe elders became even more intense. I'll tell you everything. One of the elders couldn't take it anymore and shouted. These heavenly human tribe elders were at the end of their lifespans. They were prepared to die when they entered the ruins of the universe. However, they couldn't control the fear in their hearts when death's door. The light in the mine it's extremely terrifying. Even divine masters can't last for long. We speculate that this should be related to the Flame Clan's bloodline. After all, the Flame Clan was born on this continent and is one with the continent. That's why that light would not attack the Flame Clan. As for how that light was formed, we do not know either. We can only guess that it should be related to the previous epoch. That is why we controlled the people of the Yen clan to mine for us. The elder's answer was more detailed than Lu Ming's. Oh, then how many mines have you discovered that have those precious metal materials? Where are they? Lu Ming asked a few more questions. We have 36 mines and they're all made of ice, fire, star, silver. There's no other metal on this continent except for ice, fire, star, silver. As for the specific distribution, I have a map here with detailed markings on it. An elder answered first. He then took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and took the jade talisman. He injected forbidden energy into it and the jade talisman shone, projecting a map in the air. There were many routes and some special markings on it, marking the various mines very clearly. They're all ice, fire, star, silver mines. There are 36 of them. This continent is a priceless treasure. Lu Ming's heart pounded. How much ice, fire, star, silver did this continent contain? The value of so much ice, fire, star, silver was immeasurable. Adding ice, fire, star, silver to an soul-level divine weapon could greatly increase the success rate. It was even more valuable than many of the materials used to refine soul-level divine weapons. What made Lu Ming happy was that the 5 kilograms of ice, fire, star, silver that Xiaoqiu needed was no longer an extravagant hope. How many experts does the heavenly human race have on this continent? What's the cultivation level of the strongest? Lu Ming continued to ask. This continent is called the Heavenly Star Continent. It's the core of the Heavenly Star Zone, so most of our experts in the Heavenly Star Zone are gathered on this continent. There are several hundred of them. The strongest is Lord Yi Ling Tianshou, a 7th-tier divine master. An elder said. 7th-tier divine master. Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. This was a high-level divine master. He was much stronger than him. If he encountered him, he would probably be killed in one move. It seemed that he had been right to keep a low profile. He was no match for the heavenly human race in a head-on confrontation. Also, why are you absorbing the power of faith here? Lu Ming asked the question that was bothering him the most. We don't know the details. We only know that it seems to be related to the ancestral mountain. An elder of the heavenly human race said. The ancestral mountain? Lu Ming frowned. The Sea sect once said that the ancestors of the Yen tribe came from the ancestral mountain. It was the ancestral mountain that gave birth to the Yen tribe. Now that the heavenly human race was absorbing the power of faith, it was related to the ancestral mountain. What were they trying to do? Unfortunately, these elders of the heavenly human race did not know much. Then, Lu Ming asked a few more questions and left the chaos ring. As for the 3 elders of the heavenly human race, Lu Ming did not kill them for the time being. If he thought of any questions, he could ask them. Lu Ming took out the storage rings of the heavenly human race and looked through them one by one. Finally, Lu Ming found 27 pieces of ice, fire, star, silver in one of the storage rings. Each of these 27 pieces of ice, fire, star, silver was bigger than the one Lu Ming had obtained before. The weight of each piece was 15 grams. It seems that this mine is even bigger and contains even more ice, fire, star, silver. It can produce 15 grams a day. Very good. Lu Ming smiled and then gave all 27 pieces of ice, fire, star, silver to Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu showed a satisfied expression. Although ice, fire, star, silver was extremely precious, Lu Ming felt his heart ache when he gave it to Xiaoqiu. But compared to Qiuqiu's breakthrough, this was worth it. Once Qiuqiu broke through and reached the Divine Master Realm, its ability to sense and excavate metals would greatly increase. In the future, it would be able to find even more precious metals for him. Moreover, Qiuqiu's fighting strength would also skyrocket and become a great help to him. Chapter 4567. Lu Ming did not leave. Instead, he used the great imitation art to transform into the first-layer Divine Lord and sat down cross-legged. This was because there were still 3 days before Lord Wuxin, who had come to collect the Ice Fire Star Silver, would arrive. If he came and discovered that the 5 celestial race members had gone missing, he would definitely report it. At that time, the various mines would conduct a strict investigation. In that case, it would be more difficult for him to obtain more Ice Fire Star Silver. Therefore, Lu Ming had to wait here for 3 days to get rid of Lord Wuxin. Although the news would be leaked sooner or later, and the celestial race would realize that something was wrong, it would at least give Lu Ming more time. The next day, Lu Ming saw someone in the mine heading toward the mountain peak. It was an old man. He should be the manager of the mine. When he reached the mountain peak, he respectfully knelt on the ground and placed a jade box on the ground. Lord God, the Ice Fire Star Silver excavated yesterday is all here. You may leave. Lu Ming imitated the voice of the celestial race and spoke in a dignified voice. The other party respectfully retreated. Lu Ming grabbed the jade box in the air and opened it. There was a piece of Ice Fire Star Silver inside. It weighed about 15 grams. Lu Ming casually threw it to Qiuqiu. On the 2nd and 3rd days, the old man would deliver a piece of Ice Fire Star Silver, each of which was about 15 grams. Lu Ming gave both to Qiuqiu. This way, Qiuqiu ate a total of 750 grams of Ice Fire Star Silver, which was only 1.5 caddies. It was still far from 10 caddies. On the 3rd day, not long after the old man delivered the Ice Fire Star Silver, a figure appeared in the distant sky. It was a middle-aged celestial race man. Needless to say, Lu Ming knew that this was Lord Wuxin. Lord Wuxin landed on the mountain peak and glanced at Lu Ming. He frowned and said, "Yechu Mountain, why are you alone? Where are the others?" Lord Wuxin, the other 4 had something to do and left for a while. They will be back soon. Lu Ming said, "Oh, so that's how it is. Give me your Ice Fire Star Silver." Lord Wuxin said. Lu Ming pretended to take the Ice Fire Star Silver, but he was actually planning to attack. But at this time, Lord Wuxin made the first move. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed towards Lu Ming's head. He had the cultivation of the 2nd layer of the Divine Master Realm. His speed was as fast as lightning, and his might was terrifying. The forbidden power circulated on its own and gathered on the palm of his hand. Then it slashed upward. Ding! Lu Ming's palm collided with the opponent's saber, causing a violent explosion. Lu Ming's palm went numb, and he couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Just now, Lu Ming had acted hastily and did not use much strength. Furthermore, the other party had used a main-grade divine weapon. That was why Lu Ming had been forced back. "You can actually take one of my attacks without being injured. Very good. No wonder you are so daring to pretend to be a member of the celestial race." Lord Wuxin said coldly. "How do you know I'm a fake?" Lu Ming asked. His great imitation technique should be flawless. Unless a heavenly venerable came in person, no one would be able to see through it. Because I'm not Wuxin at all. Wuxin has something to do these days, so I came to collect the Ice Fire Star Silver. But you thought I was Wuxin. Tell me, are you a fake? The other party sneered. Lu Ming was speechless. He had casually said that Wuxin had something to do and had gone into seclusion. He didn't expect it to come true. The world was really unpredictable. Tell me, who are you? How did you impersonate a member of the celestial race? The other party said coldly. His aura and killing intent were getting stronger and stronger. What if I don't tell you? Lu Ming said indifferently. He just didn't expect the other party to suddenly attack. Otherwise, with the other party's strength, he wouldn't have taken him seriously. If you don't tell me, die. The other party shouted coldly. His aura exploded, and his saber slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. His hand glowed as if it had turned into a long spear. This time, Lu Ming was prepared. His palm contained a terrifying power. Clang. There was the sound of metal clashing. Then, the other party's body trembled violently. He retreated continuously and spat out a mouthful of blood. This person had been injured by the recoil. Your strength. The other party's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Originally, he thought that Lu Ming was only a first-tier divine master. With his second-tier divine master cultivation, he could easily kill Lu Ming. He didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly erupt with earth-shattering strength that completely surpassed him. You want to kill me with your strength? I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. The war god's spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it forward. It was too fast, so fast that the other party couldn't even dodge. He could only take it head-on. But the result of taking it head-on was that this person's saber shattered and his body was pierced. Then, he was torn to pieces and died. In a head-on clash, even a third-tier divine master of the heavenly human race would be killed by Lu Ming in a single blow, let alone a second-tier divine master. After killing this person, he sent his broken body into the primordial desolate ring. As the two of them exchanged a few blows, it caused a huge commotion. The nearby mine was also alarmed. Several people hurried over. Lu Ming stepped into the air and stood in midair. His body exuded a powerful aura and dazzling light. A vast pressure enveloped the entire mine. God! It's God! God has appeared! Greetings, God! The people in the mine, as well as several managers, respectfully knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground. They didn't dare to look directly at Lu Ming. Some of the bolder ones stole glances at Lu Ming. All they saw was that Lu Ming was enveloped in boundless divine light. His divine might was vast and unfathomable. There's no need to panic. I was cultivating just now and caused the commotion. Go back and continue working. Lu Ming's dignified voice resounded throughout the area. So that's how it was. Everyone understood. It turned out that the commotion was caused by God's cultivation. God is invincible. God, please protect us. The Yen tribe members respectfully kowtowed and retreated, returning to the mine to continue mining. The heavenly human race is really like a god in the Yen tribe's eyes. They can't be offended. Lu Ming inwardly shook his head. But this way, he could temporarily conceal it. After dismissing the Yen tribe members in the mine, Lu Ming took out a map and looked at it. Then, he turned into a beam of light and flew toward the nearest mine. When he neared the mine, he waited for a day. Then, he transformed into Lord Yu and went to collect ice fire star silver. He learned from the 3 heavenly human race elders that each mine collected ice fire star silver on different days. The same thing was that they all collected it once a month. This way, Lu Ming had an opportunity to take advantage of. Chapter 4568. And Lu Ming learned that there were a total of 3 people collecting the ice fire star silver. Each of them was in charge of 12 mines. Lord Yu was one of them, and Lord Wuxin was also one of them. The other was the middle-aged man that Lu Ming had killed before. And the mine in front of him was also in charge of Lord Wuxin. However, Lu Ming had never seen this Lord Wuxin before, so he couldn't use the great imitation skill to imitate him, so he simply turned into Lord Yu. When Lu Ming arrived, the guard of the heavenly human tribe naturally asked about Lord Wuxin. Lu Ming casually found a reason to dodge it. He got the ice fire star silver very smoothly. This time, there were more than 300 grams in total. After throwing it to Chiu, Lu Ming continued to fly to the nearest mine according to the map. The timings of these mines were different because even Lord Yu and the others couldn't visit all the mines in one day. Therefore, the timings were different, which also made it convenient for Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming couldn't arrive at all the mines on time. He would arrive at some mines later, but this wasn't a big deal. It was easy to find an excuse to get away with it. In the end, Lu Ming spent more than 10 days to visit all 36 mines and collected about 20 kilograms of ice fire star silver. This was a huge harvest. because refining a source-level magic weapon only required 1 kilogram of ice fire star silver. 20 kilograms could be used to refine 20 source-level magic weapons. This was only a month's harvest. One could imagine how much ice fire star silver the heavenly human tribe had harvested here. It should be known that ice fire star silver was priceless in the primitive universe. Of course, refining source-level magic weapons didn't only require ice fire star silver. Ice fire star silver was only used as a blending agent to blend various materials. Refining source-level magic weapons required other main materials. The other main materials were also extremely precious. It was extremely difficult to gather the materials to refine 20 source-level magic weapons. However, as long as he had enough ice fire star silver, he wouldn't have to worry about it. Especially for huge forces like the Heavenly Palace or the Heaven Destroyer, many of them were adventuring in the ruins of the universe to search for treasures. After a period of time, he would be able to gather enough materials to forge a source-level divine weapon. As long as he had enough ice fire star silver on hand, as long as he gathered all the materials needed to refine a soul-grade divine weapon, he could start refining it. Moreover, the success rate was as high as 20%. To a large force, this was of great significance. After years of accumulation, the number of source-level divine weapons would increase. It would also greatly increase the strength of a force. Currently, neither the Heavenly Palace nor the Heaven Destroyer could give every reciprocity expert a source-grade weapon. Indeed, not every reciprocity expert in the Heavenly Palace possessed an soul-grade weapon. This was especially true for those reciprocity experts who weren't from the Heavenly Human clan. Many of them only used master-grade weapons. However, if the Heavenly Human clan possessed a large amount of Icefire Star Silver, after a long period of accumulation, it was really possible for every person to have a soul-grade weapon, or even a few. In that case, the reciprocity experts in the Heavenly Palace would completely crush the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming naturally thought of this as well. No, this continent is very important. I have to find a way to get it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. However, he had a question. This continent contained so much Icefire Star Silver. Its importance was unquestionable. It was definitely a weapon that could affect the war. However, it would take a long time. For such an important place, the strongest expert of the Heavenly Human clan was only a 7th-layer Divine Master? Were they not afraid of the Heaven Destroyer taking it away? Even if they sent a few reciprocity experts to guard it, it would not be too much. There was only one possibility. Lu Ming pondered. It was very likely that Yiling Tianshou wanted to take all the Icefire Star Silver for himself, so he chose not to report it. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace did not know there was so much Icefire Star Silver here. After all, this area was newly developed by the Heavenly Human clan. If that's really the case, I might be able to find a way to control this continent. Lu Ming's eyes burned with passion. However, Yiling Tianshou was a 7th-layer Divine Master. He was not someone he could deal with. He had to think about it at length. If it really didn't work, Lu Ming would return and pass the news to Fei Huang. It was fine for Fei Huang to control this continent. It was better than letting the Heavenly Palace take advantage of it. As he pondered, he flew toward the village where the Sea Sect was located. That's right. Lu Ming planned to hide in the village where the Sea Sect was located first and wait for Qiuqiu to evolve before making his next move. He had plundered all the Icefire Star Silver in the 36 mines. He believed that the Heavenly Human clan, or Yiling Tianshou, would soon discover something unusual. At that time, the continent would not be peaceful. Therefore, hiding in a remote mountain village was the best option. Lu Ming increased his speed to the maximum and flew straight. A few days later, Lu Ming returned to the village where the Sea Sect was located and appeared in the courtyard where he had lived before. Brother Tanyunyuti, I thought you left. The moment he saw Lu Ming, Sea Sect was very happy. Lu Ming had been gone for more than 20 days. He thought that Lu Ming had left without saying goodbye. I need a few materials to heal my injuries. I went out to look for them. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Dun, your injuries are almost healed. Sea Sect said. Yes, it's almost done. Lu Ming nodded. That's great. C-sect was full of smiles. He was happy for Lu Ming. What a simple-minded young man. After chatting with C-sect for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room and placed Qiuqiu on the ground. Lu Ming had already given Qiuqiu 5 kilograms of Icefire Star Silver. According to Qiuqiu's estimation, 5 kilograms of Icefire Star Silver was enough. Next, it was to wait for the impurities to be mixed and evolve. According to Qiuqiu, it would not take too long. Lu Ming planned to wait for Qiuqiu to evolve before taking the next step. As for himself, he sat cross-legged and continued to use the Chaos Ring as a reference to comprehend the Chaos style. He sighed in his heart. He did not have any Chaos crystals. Otherwise, he could take the opportunity to break through to the second level of the Divine Master Realm. He had also questioned a few elders of the Heavenly Human Clan and learned that there were Chaos crystals in the Icefire Star mines, but there were very few of them. A mine would usually only excavate one piece every few years. Only one piece was produced every few years. That was too little. However, Lu Ming felt that it was a little strange. This continent was so prosperous and had given birth to such a large race like the Yen clan. It should have contained Chaos crystals. Could it be that the Chaos crystals were not in the Icefire Star Silver but somewhere else that the Heavenly Human Clan could not find? Let's wait for this storm to blow over before I ask around. Lu Ming felt that this continent was not as simple as it seemed. It contained unknown secrets. Chapter 4569. At this moment, in the central region of the Heavenly Star continent, there was a luxurious palace. Above the palace sat a dignified figure, but his face was gloomy. This person was Yiling Tianshou. The hall was extremely oppressive. The other heavenly humans did not even dare to breathe loudly. Who can tell me what's going on? Why hasn't this month's Icefire Star Silver been collected? Yiling Tianshou's cold voice rang out in the hall. The others lowered their heads, not daring to speak. In the Heavenly Star continent, Yiling Tianshou was the local tyrant. Anyone who dared to offend him would end up in a miserable state. Where are Yi Lingyu, Yiling Wuxia, and Yi Lingchu? I sent them to collect the Icefire Star Silver. Why isn't anyone here? Give me an answer. Yiling Tianshou's voice became heavier. He was clearly very unhappy. My lord, Yiling Wuxia is in seclusion. The ones in charge of collecting the Icefire Star Silver this month are Yi Lingyu and Yi Lingchu. At this moment, an elder bowed and said, this person had a 5th-level Divine Master Cultivation and was one of the strongest people under Yiling Tianshou. Then where are the two of them? Why haven't they come to see me? Yiling Tianshou asked. My lord, we haven't seen Yi Lingyu and Yi Lingchu return during this period of time. Furthermore, no one has responded to our messages. They didn't send any messages, the elder reported. They haven't returned? No one replied to my messages? Yiling Tianshou frowned and pondered for a moment. Go, call the people in charge of the 36 mines here. I have something to ask them. Yes. The old man accepted the order respectfully. Then he retreated and began to transmit his voice. The others waited in the main hall. This wait lasted for a few days. The people in charge of the other mines hurried over. Not all of the people in charge of the 36 mines were first-level divine masters. In fact, only a few mines had divine masters overseeing them. Even in the Heavenly Palace, there were not many divine masters. Among the hundreds of heavenly humans led by Yiling Tianshou, there were only 20 or so divine masters. These people bowed respectfully when they saw Yiling Tianshou. Why is one person missing? Yiling Tianshou looked around and found that only 35 of the 36 people had come. Lord Tianshou, the person in charge of the Qishan mine, has not replied. The old man at the 5th layer of the Divine Master Realm replied. No reply? A trace of gloominess flashed across Yiling Tianshou's eyes as he said, Go, send someone to investigate. The old man at the 5th level of the Divine Master Realm received the order and sent someone to the Qishan mine. The Qishan mine was where Lu Ming had killed or captured all 5 heavenly humans who were guarding the mine. Naturally, no one would return. Have you handed in all your Icefire Star Silver for this month? Yiling Tianshou looked at the 35 people in charge below the hall. Lord Tianshou, I've already handed over all the Ice Fire Star Silver to Lord Yu, said a first-layer divine master in charge. I've also handed mine over to Master Yi Ling Chu. Mine too. I also gave it to Lord Chu. The other people in charge also replied one after another, either handing it over to Lord Yu or Lord Chu. Are you sure? If anyone dares to lie to me, you know what will happen to them, Yiling Tianshou said coldly. Yiling Tianshou said coldly. His long and narrow eyes were filled with killing intent. The people in charge all paled. They were well aware of how vicious and merciless Yiling Tianshou was. Lord Tianshou, I can swear on my life origin that everything I said is true. Me too. I also swear on my life origin that if I'm lying, I'll be at Lord Tianshou's mercy. The others also began to cry out in order to prove their innocence. Okay, I believe all of you. You're all dismissed. Yiling Tianshou waved his hand, and the 35 people in charge withdrew. Lord Tianshou, could it be that Yi Lingyu and Yi Lingchu wanted to stuff their pockets with the Ice Fire Star Silver and then leave? The old man at the 5th level of the Divine Master Realm said. Ice Fire Star Silver was too precious, and anyone would covet it. Impossible. The two of them wouldn't dare betray me. Their lives are in my hands. Yiling Tianshou said. That's true. The Divine Master Realm Elder nodded. Yiling Tianshou had mastered a terrifying poison art. His subordinates were all under his control, and no one dared to resist. As long as he used his poison art, those poisoned would suffer a fate worse than death. Lu Ming's guess was correct. Yiling Tianshou had not reported the large amount of Ice Fire Star Silver to the upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace. He had wanted to keep it for himself. He had dared to do so for 2 reasons. One was that he had used his poison art to control all his subordinates. These people would not dare to betray him, nor would they dare to spread the news. The other reason was that Yiling Tianshou's father was a powerful celestial sovereign of the Heavenly Palace. With such a powerful backer, even if something went wrong, he would have someone to back him up. It seems that someone else from the Stellar Sky continent has already infiltrated. The most likely possibility is that after Yi Lingyu and Yi Lingchu collected the Icy Fiery Star Silver, they were killed on their way back and the Icy Fiery Star Silver was stolen. Yiling Tianshou said. He had never imagined that Lu Ming had impersonated Yi Lingyu and Yi Lingchu. Someone else? Could it be someone from the Heaven Destroyer? The various races of the universe probably don't have the guts. The elder of the 5th level Divine Lord Realm grimaced. No matter who it is, only death awaits those who dare oppose me. Later on, all of you 3rd level Divine Lords and above are to patrol the mines. If you find anyone suspicious, kill them on sight. Also, mobilize the people of the Yen race and find anyone suspicious. As long as they're not from the Yen race, report to me, Yiling Tianshou said. Yes. The elder of the 5th level Divine Lord Realm and the others left with this order. Not long after, Yiling Tianshou received news that the 5 heavenly human race experts guarding the Qishan mine had gone missing. This made him even more certain that someone else had infiltrated. You don't dare to act openly and only know how to hide in the shadows. It seems that your strength is limited. As long as you're still on the Heavenly Star continent, I'll find you. Yiling Tianshou coldly said. The entire continent began to tremble. The god had issued a divine decree that anyone who was not from the Yen race was to report to him. The village where the Ocean sect was located naturally received the divine decree as well. Unfortunately, Yiling Tianshou had not expected that Lu Ming was also from the human race. The Yen race was also from the human race, and it was impossible to tell them apart from their auras. Thus, the people of the Ocean sect's village believed that Lu Ming was also from the Yen race and did not place him on their list of suspects. It was no wonder that Yiling Tianshou had not expected this. In truth, the human race was not very strong in the primitive universe, and there were very few experts. Although the Forbidden Sword ancestor, Tang Feng, had appeared and was unparalleled, that was only an extremely rare example. Thus, Yiling Tianshou had never imagined that the person who had entered the Heavenly Star continent was also a human. Chapter 4570. It was raging outside, but Lu Ming's days were very peaceful. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. No one had come to disturb Lu Ming. As for Xiaoqiu, it was constantly evolving. After half a month, Lu Ming could clearly feel that Xiaoqiu was different. A mysterious light was constantly flowing out of its round body, and the aura it emitted was becoming purer and stronger. Lu Ming estimated that Xiaoqiu wasn't far from breaking through. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. Lu Ming immediately knew that it was Hai Zong arguing with someone else. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and clearly saw the situation outside. The one arguing with Hai Zong was a youth in his 20s. His face was filled with arrogance. Lu Ming recognized this youth. He was the village chief's son, Hai Feng. Hai Feng led two middle-aged men to surround Hai Zong. Hai Zong, give me that red stone today. Leaving such a treasure in your hands is just a waste. It won't be of any use. Hai Feng's gaze swept over Hai Zong, revealing a greedy expression. Don't even think about it. That red stone is the only thing my grandfather left me. Don't even think about giving it to you. Hai Zong roared, glaring at Hai Feng. Hai Zong, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you offend me, you won't have a good ending. Hai Feng coldly shouted, his eyes cold. Hai Feng, I advise you to give up. Don't keep asking me for the Crimson Stone. If you want the Crimson Stone, you have to kill me. But let me tell you, the Crimson Stone is hidden in a secret place. Even if you kill me, you won't get it. Hai Zong roared. You! Hai Feng was furious. His cold eyes swept over Hai Zong's body. He really wanted to cut Hai Zong in half, but once he thought about how he wouldn't be able to get the red stone if he killed Hai Zong, he could only suppress his murderous intent. However, he couldn't vent his anger without a place to vent it. Boom! Hai Feng attacked, sending a punch at Hai Zong. The sound of a fist exploding rang out. Its power was astonishing. Hai Feng's cultivation was much stronger than Hai Zong's. He had reached the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Hai Zong was definitely not his match. Inside the room, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't make a move in the end. He could tell that Hai Feng didn't want to kill Hai Zong. As long as they didn't kill Hai Zong, Lu Ming didn't need to do anything. Everyone had their own path to walk, and had to experience certain things, and experience certain trials and tribulations. If he interfered in the slightest, then it wouldn't do any good to the growth of the Seawater sect. As long as his life was not in danger, there was no need for him to make a move. Hai Zong roared angrily as he raised his fist to block. However, he was no match for Hai Feng. Their fists collided, and a cracking sound rang out as Hai Zong's hand was broken. He staggered backward. Hai Feng followed, slamming his fist into Hai Zong's stomach. Hai Zong let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. He slammed into the ground and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Hai Zong, be a good boy and hand over the Crimson Stones to me. Fawning on me will be beneficial to you. If you go against me, you'll end up in a miserable state. I won't kill you today, but I'll give you some time to think about it. Let's go. Hai Feng coldly shouted and left with the two big men. Hai Zong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and staggered to his feet. With a creak, Lu Ming opened the door and walked out. Big brother Tianyun, I'm sorry for disturbing your recovery. Hai Zong said with some interest. It's fine. How are your injuries? Lu Ming asked. It's nothing. They're just minor injuries. I'll be fine in a few days. Hai Zong smiled. Then, as if his wounds had been torn open, he sucked in a breath of cold air and grimaced. Take this pill. It'll help you heal. Lu Ming took out a healing pill and handed it to Hai Zong. Hai Zong nodded and swallowed the pill. Immediately, a warm current spread through his body, gathering towards his wounds. He could clearly feel that the broken bones in his hand were healing at an astonishing speed. This effect caused the Sea sect to be shocked. Big brother Tianyun, this pill is very precious. Isn't it a waste for you to give it to me? Hai Zong originally thought that what Lu Ming gave him was just an ordinary pill. He didn't expect the effect to be so amazing. He knew it must be an extraordinary pill. It's fine. I still have a lot of such pills. Lu Ming smiled. What he gave Hai Zong was just an ordinary king-level healing pill. It was very useful for divine kings. Lu Ming had as many of such pills as he wanted. Hai Zong's cultivation was only at the heavenly emperor realm. For him, a king-level divine pill's effect was naturally heaven-defying. In just a short while, Hai Zong's injuries were almost 70% healed. This stunned Hai Zong. This was the first time he had seen such a heaven-defying medicinal effect. Hai Zong, what happened just now? Lu Ming asked curiously. Hai Zong hesitated. It's fine. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. Lu Ming said. No, actually, there's nothing inconvenient. It's all because of the Crimson Stone. That person just now is the village chief's son. He has always been thinking about my Crimson Stone. He wants to get my Crimson Stone, but he has never succeeded. Hai Zong said. Crimson Stone? Lu Ming whispered. Yes, the Crimson Stone is the only keepsake my grandfather left to me. Grandfather liked to travel the world when he was young. It is said that grandfather found the Crimson Stone near the ancestral mountain. It is said that it contains a big secret, so Hai Feng has always wanted to get it. But why would I give it to him? This is what grandfather left to me. Hai Zong said. At the mention of Hai Feng, he gnashed his teeth. Ancestral mountain. Lu Ming whispered. His heart shook. Since coming to the Heavenly Star continent, he had heard the term ancestral mountain many times. Legend has it that the earliest ancestor of the Yen clan came from the ancestral mountain. It was even said that the Yen clan was born from the ancestral mountain. And the Celestial clan collected the power of faith for the ancestral mountain. What secrets did the ancestral mountain contain? It seems that I have to make a trip to the ancestral mountain. Lu Ming thought in his heart. Here, this is it. As he spoke, Hai Zong took out a red stone from his bosom. The red stone was the color of blood. It was about the size of a broad bean and looked very ordinary. You hid the Crimson Stone in your bosom? Lu Ming was a little tongue-tied. He really thought that Hai Zong had hidden the Crimson Stone in some secret place. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Hai Feng would never dream that the Crimson Stone was on me, so he never searched me. Hai Zong said. Lu Ming revealed a trace of admiration. Hai Zong was really a little bit of a wise man. Can I see it? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, he was really curious about the Crimson Stone that came from the ancestral mountain. Of course. Hai Zong generously handed the Crimson Stone to Lu Ming. Lu Ming held it in his hand and carefully examined it. It looked very ordinary and he couldn't see anything special about it. Then, Lu Ming injected forbidden power. The Crimson Stone trembled slightly and returned to normal. Chapter 4571. Lu Ming studied it for a while but didn't find anything. Big Brother Tenyun, did you find anything? Hai Zong asked with hope in his eyes. No. Lu Ming shook his head. He had secretly asked Guamo, hoping that the knowledgeable Guamo could find something. However, Guamo didn't find anything either. He speculated that the Crimson Stone was probably something from the previous era, and it was beyond his knowledge. Lu Ming returned the Crimson Stone to Hai Zong. Grandpa studied it his whole life, but he didn't find anything. He gave it to me, hoping that I could find something. However, I've been carrying it with me for many years, but I didn't find anything. It seems that it's just an ordinary stone. Hai Zong was a little disappointed and put the Crimson Stone away. Even if it was just an ordinary stone, it was still something his grandpa left him. He would take good care of it and never give it to Hai Feng. While they were chatting, Hai Zong's injuries were almost healed. The two chatted for a while more, and then Lu Ming returned to his room. Another 10 days passed in a hurry. On this day, Qiuqiu's body suddenly emitted a powerful aura. Lu Ming quickly put Qiuqiu into the ancient desolation ring to avoid alerting others. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness appeared in the ancient desolation ring. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Qiuqiu's body. His body floated in the air, emitting dazzling rays of light. These rays of light were dazzling. In the light, Qiuqiu's body kept squirming and changing. It turned into a spear, then a sword, then a halberd, then a mirror. In the end, it turned into a ball, and his aura reached its peak. Divine Lord! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiuqiu had finally broken through. He was indeed stuck at the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm because of the impurities. Now that he had used 5 kilograms of icy fire star silver to neutralize the impurities, it took him less than a month to break through and enter the Divine Lord realm. After breaking through, Xiaoqiu's evolution didn't stop. A powerful aura emanated from his body. It was as if his body contained boundless energy. This guy is still improving, still breaking through. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that Xiaoqiu had devoured quite a few damaged source-grade divine weapons and damaged master-grade divine weapons. One must know that that was a source-level divine armament. Even if it was damaged, the energy essence it contained was no small matter. Source-grade weapons corresponded to reciprocity. Furthermore, there were quite a few damaged divine weapons. Once he refined them, his gains would be huge. Xiaoqiu had only just broken through to the Divine Master realm, so it naturally wouldn't stop so easily. Xiaoqiu's aura continued to rise. Early first layer of the Divine Master realm, middle first layer of the Divine Master realm, late first layer of the Divine Master realm, peak first layer of the Divine Master realm, boom. Half a day later, Xiaoqiu's aura skyrocketed again, reaching a new level. Second level of the Divine Master realm. What kind of physique does this guy have? It's so perverted. He's surpassed me again. Lu Ming was truly envious of Xiaoqiu. Others had to cultivate painstakingly, but as long as Xiaoqiu had high-grade god weapons or high-grade metal materials to consume, its cultivation would skyrocket. This was simply a pervert among perverts. Lu Ming had previously believed that Xiaoqiu was a member of the metal race, but now, it seemed like this was a question mark. This was because the metal race had never produced a physique as perverted as Xiaoqiu's. Although the metal race was one of the 10 strongest races, possessing great talent and being able to absorb various metals to increase their cultivation, they were definitely not as perverted as Xiaoqiu, advancing so quickly. Xiaoqiu's aura quickly stabilized at the second layer of the Divine Master realm before rising once more. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Could Xiaoqiu have reached the third layer of the Divine Master realm in one go? This was the Divine Master realm. Every single layer was extremely difficult to advance, even in the primitive universe. Only by entering the ruins of the universe and searching for primitive crystals could one advance. Xiaoqiu had actually done it so easily? Before long, Xiaoqiu's aura reached the peak of the second layer of the Divine Master realm. At this point, Xiaoqiu did not continue to break through. Instead, it withdrew its aura and ended its evolution. Xiaoqiu, amazing! You've surpassed me in one go. Lu Ming flew over, beaming. What a pity! I was so close to breaking through to the third layer of the Divine Master realm. Xiaoqiu sighed, but the smugness in its eyes was very clear. This fellow is still acting cool in front of me. Lu Ming scorned. Of course, he was also happy for Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu had reached the second layer of the Divine Master realm, and its fighting strength had increased. But Lu Ming estimated that it was definitely not weak. Xiaoqiu had a special physique and had devoured several divine weapons, so it could inherit some of their mysteries and power. Once it erupted, it could become a major fighting force for Lu Ming. Crucially, Xiaoqiu's mining ability had also increased by a large margin. Have you refined all the broken divine weapons you devoured previously? Lu Ming asked. Not yet. The divine weapons contain extremely dense energy essence, and there are several of them. I can still refine them for some time. Once I've finished refining them, breaking through to the third layer of the Divine Master realm or even the fourth layer of the Divine Master realm won't be impossible. But it won't be so easy to break through in the future. I'll need a lot of divine weapons and metal materials. Xiaoqiu said. Lu Ming nodded. It was fine as long as he hadn't finished refining them yet. He would look for more in the future. Xiaoqiu, you've broken through. We should go out for a walk. Lu Ming said. Almost a month had passed, and it should be quiet outside. He wanted to go to those mines and see if he could get some ice fire star silver. With a thought, Xiaoqiu came out of the primal desolate ring, turned into a bracelet, and put it on Lu Ming's wrist. After informing Hai Zong, Lu Ming left without anyone noticing. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the closest ice fire star silver mine. This mine was also the first one that Lu Ming had found. There's no celestial race here. Lu Ming stood in the air, but he didn't see a single celestial race expert. There was also no sign of any celestial race experts on the highest mountain. Lu Ming used the great concealment art to conceal his aura and continued to observe. They're here. About half a day later, Lu Ming saw a ninth-layer divine god realm elder of the celestial race descending on the mountain. Soon, a manager of the mine delivered a jade box. The ninth-layer divine god realm elder of the celestial race took the jade box and left. Lu Ming frowned. Was the celestial race going to collect once a day? Once a day, there would only be about 10 grams of ice fire star silver. Even if Lu Ming killed them, he would only get 10 grams and he might be exposed. This should be the celestial race's plan to guard against him. Chapter 45-72. In this case, Lu Ming really couldn't make a move because it was really not worth it. If he was exposed and surrounded by the experts of the heavenly human race, it would be troublesome. Lu Ming observed for a while, then left and went to another mine. He discovered that the other mine was about the same. It was also harvested once a day. Once it was harvested, it would leave without delay. Lu Ming went to several mines in succession, and they were all the same. Lu Ming even felt several powerful auras hiding in the dark around a relatively large mine. One of the auras made Lu Ming feel a sense of danger. If Lu Ming's spirit sense wasn't extremely sharp, he wouldn't have noticed it. Obviously, the heavenly human race was hiding in the dark. If Lu Ming appeared, they would attack violently. However, from this, it could be seen that the heavenly human race didn't have enough people. Otherwise, they wouldn't only be hiding in the larger mines. No one was hiding in the smaller mines. Lu Ming observed for a while, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he left. Lu Ming, you should let me try. Maybe I can get into the mine and swallow and refine the ice fire star silver. At this time, Xiao Alley. Get into the mine? Xiao, you know that there are terrifying rays of light in the mine. Those who aren't from the Yen race will be attacked if they enter. Even my forbidden power can't withstand it. Can you withstand it? Lu Ming said. I think I can try. After breaking through to the Divine Master realm, my strength has increased greatly. Also, look, as Xiao spoke, a layer of liquid metal suddenly flowed on the surface of his body, shining with red and blue starlight, wrapping him inside. Ice fire star silver. Lu Ming was a little shocked. That's right. I've eaten 5 kilograms of ice fire star silver, which can transform the surface of my body into ice fire star silver. The ice fire star silver here is exposed to that kind of light all year round. If I cover my body with ice fire star silver, I might be able to block it. Xiao Alley. Okay, then let's go to the first mine. You can try it, Lu Ming said. With that, Lu Ming brought Xiao back to the mine closest to the Sea Sect village. There were no heavenly human tribe members guarding this place. Lu Ming silently entered the mine. In a deserted corner, Xiao began to take action. He flew out and opened his mouth to chew. Soon he dug out a cave and entered it. A moment later, Xiao flew out again. Xiao, how is it? Lu Ming asked. No problem. The surface of my body has turned into ice spark silver, which has a great blocking effect on that kind of light. Most of the destructive power of that kind of light has been blocked. Although a trace of the destructive power has landed on my body, I can withstand it. It won't be a problem for me to stay in the mine for 10 days at a time. Xiao said proudly. Lu Ming was delighted. In this way, wouldn't Xiao be able to continuously refine large amounts of ice fire star silver? Even if he didn't directly clash with the celestial tribe, Lu Ming would still be able to obtain large amounts of ice fire star silver. That's great. Xiao, you excavate here. I'll wait for you in the village. If anything happens, send me a message. Lu Ming said. All right, no problem. Wait for me to empty this continent of ice fire star silver. Xiao proudly continued to drill into the mine and disappeared. Lu Ming returned to the village where the Sea Sect was located. Lu Ming wasn't worried about Xiao's safety at all. Xiao could block that kind of light and come and go freely in the mine. Even if he encountered that 7th-tier divine master of the celestial tribe, he would be able to retreat safely. If he couldn't beat him, he could just drill into the mine. The celestial tribe wouldn't dare to enter the mine. After returning to the C-Sex courtyard, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the desolate form and the battle formula. He planned to wait until Xiao excavated enough ice fire star silver before making his next move. Moreover, this continent definitely contained desolate crystals. It was just that he hadn't found them yet. If Xiao could find them, he would be rich. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao returned and spat out 5 caddies of ice fire star silver. This speed was many times faster than the mining speed of the flame tribe in the mine. However, Xiao's expression was somewhat unsightly. When he saw Lu Ming, he said, "Lu Ming, I discovered that there's not much ice fire star silver left in that mine. After being mined by the celestial tribe for so many years, it's about to dry up. Next time, I'll go to the other mines to take a look." "All right, Xiao, be careful." Lu Ming nodded. "Don't worry, I'm leaving." With that, Xiao's figure flashed and he left. Given the level of this village, Xiao naturally wouldn't be discovered by anyone. Just like that, Lu Ming stayed in this village for another 3 months. In these 3 months, Xiao went to the various mines and brought back more than 20 caddies of ice fire star silver for Lu Ming. His colleague Xiao told him that the same was true for the other mines. They were about to dry up and there wasn't much ice fire star silver left to be mined. It seems that the celestial tribe has almost mined out all the ice fire star silver. I wonder how much ice fire star silver they have. I originally planned to think of a way to occupy this continent, but it seems that there's no need. As long as I can get the ice fire star silver from the celestial tribe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a fiery light. However, his current cultivation wasn't enough. He still needed to wait. "Lu Ming, I also discovered a big secret." At this moment, Xiao approached Lu Ming and whispered with a mysterious look. "What secret?" Lu Ming was very cooperative and pretended to be curious. However, to be honest, Lu Ming was indeed a little curious. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Xiao's vanity was greatly satisfied. He said with a smile, "It's about the Mountain of Ancestors." The Mountain of Ancestors? This time, Lu Ming was really shocked. At first, he was just a little curious, but now he was deeply curious. Xiao was even more pleased. "Yes, the Mountain of Ancestors. I discovered that there are all kinds of metal ores in the depths of this continent. The quantity is astonishing, and they intersect like veins. You can follow these or veins to the Mountain of Ancestors. Metal ores are everywhere under this continent." Lu Ming was shocked. Then, his eyes burned with passion. Yes, this continent was definitely not simple in the previous epic. Unfortunately, most of the ores are not high grade. They can only be used to forge emperor or sovereign divine weapons. There are very few ores that can be used to forge master divine weapons. They are not very useful. Xiao sighed. Lu Ming also felt that it was a pity. Indeed, Lu Ming really didn't care about the ores that could only be used to forge emperor or sovereign divine weapons. Xiao's cultivation had reached the 2nd tier of the divine master realm. These low-grade ores were almost useless to Xiao. No matter how much Xiao ate, he wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, his standards naturally became higher and higher. "That's right, Xiao. Did you find any desolate gems underground?" Lu Ming asked again. Chapter 45-73. Compared to the various precious metals, Lu Ming was more concerned about the desolate crystals. The desolate crystals could be directly converted into strength and improve one's cultivation. No treasure was as practical as the desolate crystals. "No." Xiao shook his head. He wasn't too enthusiastic about the desolate crystals. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. "By the way, what's the secret of the ancestral mountain you mentioned?" Lu Ming finally thought of the ancestral mountain. "I followed the metal veins and came to the periphery of the ancestral mountain. I found the heavenly human tribe. They seem to want to destroy something and enter the ancestral mountain." Xiao Alley. "Destroy what? You mean the heavenly human tribe hasn't entered the ancestral mountain yet?" Lu Ming asked. "No, there's a powerful force around the ancestral mountain. It's difficult to enter. Even if there's a metal vein underground, I can't enter through the metal vein. Qiuqiu Alley. This was somewhat beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming thought that the heavenly human tribe had already entered the ancestral mountain. It turned out that the heavenly human tribe was still dawdling outside the ancestral mountain. Let's go, Qiuqiu. Let's go take a look, Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming took Qiuqiu and flew in the direction of the ancestral mountain. The ancestral mountain was in the center of the continent. Lu Ming transformed into a heavenly human and flew at full speed. He soon arrived. The ancestral mountain is up ahead. Qiuqiu pointed straight ahead. Lu Ming looked over. There were clouds and mist in front of him. He could vaguely see a huge mountain rising from the ground. It was very majestic and could be tens of thousands of feet tall. To be honest, a peak of tens of thousands of feet was not considered outstanding on this continent. Peaks above tens of thousands of feet were everywhere on this continent. This was somewhat beyond Lu Ming's expectations. He originally thought that the ancestral mountain would be the most majestic and tallest mountain on this continent. In the end, it was not considered outstanding among the mountains on this continent. It seemed a little ordinary. However, that mist was very strange. It could obstruct Lu Ming's vision, causing him to be unable to see the entirety of the mountain of ancestors. He could only see an outline. The people of the celestial race are in the surroundings. If we get any closer, we will be discovered. Lu Ming, I will bring you through the mine. The ball was on the fairway. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Qiuqiu's body was like liquid metal. It squirmed on Lu Ming's body and turned into a suit of armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. Next, Lu Ming chose a place and dug a hole in the ground. Below was an ordinary metal or vein. Qiuqiu brought Lu Ming along and blended into the metal or vein. The metal veins here also contained that terrifying light, but most of it was blocked by Qiuqiu. Very little could seep in, and Lu Ming easily blocked it with his taboo power. According to Qiuqiu, the underground veins of this continent all had that terrifying light. No one knew how it was produced. Qiuqiu brought Lu Ming along the vein. After walking for a while, they went up. In places where there were no ores, Qiuqiu opened its mouth and gnawed away the rocks. It quietly dug a hole and came to the surface. Qiuqiu chose a very good place. It was very hidden. Over there, as soon as Lu Ming came out, he sensed many auras in a certain place. A few of them were extremely powerful, which shocked Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the great concealment technique to conceal his aura to the extreme. He hid himself in a big rock and looked in that direction. Indeed, there were many celestial race people in that direction. At a glance, there were at least dozens of them. Behind the dozens of people, there were also dozens of huge statues. Those statues, Lu Ming's eyes moved and his heart trembled. He sensed a rich power of faith from those statues. The power of faith is about to be full again. This time, we must break through this lifeline in one go. One of the celestial race people said with dignity. Lu Ming felt the strongest sense of danger from this person. Don't worry, Lord Tianshou. The power of faith of the Yan clan can suppress the lifeline of their ancestral mountain. After so many years, a hole has been opened in the first lifeline. This time, we will definitely break through it completely in one go. A celestial race elder said, Lord Tianshou? It seems that this person is the ruler of the celestial race on this continent, Yiling Tianshou. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Afterward, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the front. This was already the foot of the ancestral mountain. After passing through the clouds, he could see the ancestral mountain clearly. The appearance of the ancestral mountain stunned Lu Ming. It was still too strange. The outermost area of the ancestral mountain was a mountain range. This mountain range was like a huge dragon. Its head and tail intersected, forming a circle that surrounded the other parts of the ancestral mountain. And they were now outside this mountain range. And inside this mountain range, there was a second mountain range that also looked like a huge dragon. Its head and tail intersected, forming a circle that surrounded the inner part of the ancestral mountain. Unlike the first mountain range, the second mountain range was higher, so it could be seen clearly from outside. But it was not over. Inside the second mountain range, There was a third mountain range that was almost the same as the first two. It also formed a circle. The only difference was that the third mountain range was higher than the second mountain range. After the third mountain range, there was a fourth, fifth, sixth. There were a total of 9 mountain ranges. The 9 mountain ranges were all in a circle. The deeper the mountain range, the smaller the area, but the taller it was. There should be some distance between them. In the center of the 9th mountain range, there was a mountain peak that pierced the sky like a sharp sword. It was the tallest. The 9 mountain ranges and the mountain peak in the center formed the complete ancestral mountain. It was Lu Ming's first time seeing such a landscape, and he could not help but be shocked. This is the lifeline layout. At this moment, Gu Mo's voice rang in his mind. Lifeline layout? It was Lu Ming's first time hearing about it. That's right. The 9 ring-shaped mountain ranges you see are the lifelines. If my guess is correct, these 9 lifelines might be connected to the people of the Yen clan. That's because the ancestor of the Yen clan came from here. Moreover, the lifeline has an extremely powerful sealing and defensive function. Not only can one not fly in the area covered by the lifeline, it can also prevent other living beings from entering. Guemo explained. Lu Ming was enlightened. No wonder the people of the heavenly human tribe did not fly in directly. It was impossible to fly in here. If they wanted to enter the sacred mountain, they could only go in step by step. If the people of the heavenly human tribe want to enter the sacred mountain, they can only sever the lifeline. However, the lifeline is connected to the Yen tribe's fate. Severing the lifeline will cause great harm to the Yen tribe. Guemo said. Great harm to the Yen tribe? Will it cause the people of the Yen tribe to die? Lu Ming's heart trembled as he asked. Chapter 45-74. That won't happen. The lifeline is related to the luck of a race. Breaking the lifeline is equivalent to cutting off the luck of the race. The talent and luck of the descendants of the race will become worse and worse. Moreover, the race will encounter all kinds of disasters. Over time, the race will be destroyed. Guemo explained. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. Breaking the lifeline could lead to the extinction of the race. These 9 ring-shaped mountain ranges are the 9 lifelines. If all of them are broken, the Yen tribe will definitely be destroyed in the future. If a few are left, there is still a chance. Now it seems that the power of faith of the Yen tribe can help the heavenly human tribe break the lifeline. They can't do it with their own strength. Guemo said. Lu Ming nodded. After coming here, Lu Ming finally understood why the heavenly human tribe collected the power of faith. The heavenly human tribe descended on this continent and turned into gods. Not only did they enslave the Yen tribe and make them mine for them, but they also collected their power of faith and used it to cut off the lifeline of the Yen tribe. This method was brilliant and ruthless. One had to admit that Yiling Tianshou was a character. However, the people of the Yen tribe were really miserable. The gods that they devoutly believed in were doing something that cut off the lifeline of their race. He wondered what the people of the Yen tribe would think if they knew. At this moment, the heavenly human tribe had already begun to act. The power of faith of the dozens of statues continuously poured into the battle swords, covering the battle swords with a thick power of faith. So, Yiling Tianshou ordered. The few heavenly human tribe members worked together to activate the battle swords and slashed at the outermost mountain range. When the battle swords approached, the mountain range shone. Lu Ming could clearly see that there was a blood-red vein in the mountain range. It seemed to have merged with the mountain range. This blood-red vein was the real lifeline. One could see that there was a huge gap in this lifeline. It seemed to have been damaged for a long time and was in imminent danger. It seemed like it would be cut off at any time. This should be the place where the heavenly human tribe had been attacking for a long time. Boom! The battle swords slashed at the gap in the lifeline and a violent explosion erupted. One could see that the gap became a little bigger after the slash. Continue. Yiling Tianshou continued to order. The second sword, which contained a rich amount of faith power, slashed down and also slashed at the same hole, making it bigger. After the battle sword was slashed, the faith power would be exhausted. However, the dozens of statues would immediately pour a large amount of faith power into the battle sword. These several dozen statues were the power of faith that the celestial race had gathered from the entire continent over the past several decades. It was incomparably rich and could be used continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Several members of the heavenly human race controlled their swords and slashed at the lifeline. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. Half a day later, the power of faith on the dozens of statues had become very thin. However, the lifeline had almost been severed, leaving only a trace of connection. Break! Boom! Finally, another sword slash landed on the gap in the lifeline, severing the last connection between the lifeline and the lifeline. Rumble! The entire ancestral mountain shook violently. At this moment, the countless Yen clan members on the continent felt uneasy, as if a calamity was about to befall them. This was an instinctive reaction from the unseen world, and it was unclear what it was. After the lifeline was severed, it wriggled like a living dragon and finally turned into a ray of light, flying into the depths of the ancestral mountain and disappearing. The outermost mountain range was still there, but it looked very ordinary now, as if it had become an ordinary mountain range. Haha, we finally severed the first lifeline. The heavenly human race members were overjoyed. Without the protection of the lifeline, this mountain is just an ordinary mountain. Break through this mountain and let's go inside to take a look. Yiling Tianshou ordered. Immediately, a few heavenly human race members attacked. Their divine weapons turned into dazzling rays of light and slashed at the mountain. Bam, bam, bam. The divine weapons landed on the mountain, causing debris to fly everywhere. Large rocks crumbled, and in the blink of an eye, a crater was formed on the mountain. Compared to the other mountains, this mountain was still incomparably tough, but it was no longer indestructible. It was only a matter of time before it was penetrated. Let's attack together. Yiling Tianshou ordered. Even he took action, continuously attacking the mountain. They wanted to penetrate the mountain and enter, although there were still 8 lifelines inside. However, there was a gap between the first lifeline and the second lifeline. Perhaps there was a great opportunity hidden within. Lu Ming, this lifeline has disappeared, so has the underground barrier. I'll take you directly in. Qiu said. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming said. Qiu shrouded Lu Ming again. The two entered the underground mine and then followed the mine toward the ancestral mountain. Previously, there was a lifeline blocking them, so they couldn't enter. Now that the first lifeline was severed, they could directly follow the underground mine and cross the first mountain range. After a while, Qiu began to move upward, and then the two appeared in a canyon. Yes, there was a gap between the first lifeline and the second lifeline, about 100 miles away, forming a canyon. What a rich life essence. This desolate chi? Lu Ming took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. This place was full of vitality, and countless plants were thriving here, exuding rich life essence. Moreover, there was also a trace of desolate chi in the void. Lu Ming, look, are those desolate crystals on the wall? Qiu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming looked at the wall of the first lifeline. This was the wall of the first lifeline. The heavenly human tribe was still on the outer wall of the lifeline. On the walls of the internal test room, there were spots of light. These spots of light were clearly pieces of desolate crystals embedded in the walls. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 desolate crystals. Lu Ming's heart thumped. He was rich. He had long speculated that there must be desolate crystals on this continent, but he had never found them. It turned out that the desolate crystals were here, in the ancestral mountain. 1,000 desolate crystals would definitely be able to greatly improve his cultivation. Qiu, let's work together and dig out these desolate crystals. Lu Ming shouted and rushed to the wall. When he reached the bottom of the wall, Lu Ming took out a source-level divine weapon. His life spirit was the guardian divine weapon of the heavenly court, and he began to dig. With a clang, the source-level divine weapon slashed the wall, and a rock shattered. A piece of desolate crystal flew out and was caught by Lu Ming. The rich energy in the desolate crystal made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. After putting it into the storage ring, Lu Ming continued to use the source-level divine weapon to dig out the second piece of desolate crystal. Qiu also rushed over to help. The two of them worked together and soon obtained dozens of desolate crystals. Chapter 45-75. With the two of them working together, they quickly obtained dozens of desolate crystals. Unfortunately, they couldn't fly within the ancestral mountain. Lu Ming could only jump into the air and knock down a piece with his soul-grade weapon. Then he would fall to the ground. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to move much faster. Quick, quick! Lu Ming continued to attack. He had to get these desolate crystals as quickly as possible. Once the celestial race charged in, it wouldn't be so easy to get them. A moment later, Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu had obtained over 500 desolate crystals. That was a huge harvest. But at this moment, rumbling came from the mountain. The celestial race's people were about to break through the mountain. Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu went all out. They kept jumping and digging out pieces of primordial crystals. In the blink of an eye, they obtained over 100 desolate crystals. With a loud sound, crushed rocks flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. The mountain peak was penetrated. Lu Ming was startled. He and Xiaoqiu stopped digging for desolate crystals, preparing to retreat at any moment. After all, the celestial race had a 7th-level divine master like Yiling Tianshou. They definitely wouldn't be able to deal with him. But after waiting for a few seconds, they didn't see the celestial race enter. It seems the celestial race is hesitating. Xiaoqiu, let's continue. Increase our speed. Lu Ming transmitted to Xiaoqiu. The two of them charged out once more, continuing to dig for desolate crystals. But this time, when they attacked, they used energy to form a barrier to block out the sound, preventing the celestial race's people from hearing them. At this time, the celestial race's people truly were hesitating. After piercing through the mountain, the celestial race's people quickly retreated, as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, this was the ancestral mountain, something left behind from the previous epoch. They didn't dare lower their guard. Young Master Tianshou, do you want to go in and take a look? Asked one of the celestial race's people. Yiling Tianshou's eyes flickered. You guys, go in and take a look. Quickly report to me if there's anything. Yiling Tianshou still decided to let the others check it out first. If there was no danger, it wouldn't be too late for him to go in. If there was danger, it would be the others who would die, and it wouldn't affect him. The Celestials sighed in their hearts. Although they were unwilling, they knew that they had to do it even if they didn't want to. Their lives and deaths were all in the hands of Yiling Tianshou. Yes. The heavenly human tribe cultivators accepted the order and then walked toward the cave that had been pierced through. There was a total of 4 people, and one of them was a 5th-level divine master. The 4 of them were very cautious. Their attention was highly focused, and they were prepared to fight at any moment. Moreover, they had restrained their auras to the extreme and silently walked inside. Their speed was not fast, and it took them quite a while to pass through the tunnel and reach the canyon between the 2 mountain ranges. As soon as they appeared, they saw Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu working hard to excavate chaos crystals. Yichu, you're not dead. That 5th-layer divine master expert let out an incredulous roar when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not using his original appearance at the moment. He had been using the great imitation art to transform into Yichuyo's appearance. When the Celestials saw Lu Ming, they thought that Lu Ming was not dead. Nestle, you came in just like that? Why was there no sound at all? Lu Ming cursed in his heart. However, he was relieved that he did not see Yiling Tianshou. As long as Yiling Tianshou had not come in, there would be no problem. Lu Ming could not be bothered with the Celestials. He continued to excavate the chaos crystals on the wall with Xiaoqiu. Great Desolate Crystal, it's the Great Desolate Crystal. So many chaos crystals. The other Celestials cried out. Yichu, how dare you eat Lord Tianshou's Ice Fire Star Silver and dig for chaos crystals here? Do you know that this is a capital offense? Wait, how did you come in? The 5th-layer divine master roared. When he came to his senses, he was dumbfounded. They had been guarding outside and did not see Yichuyu come in at all. How did Yichuyu come in? From the potholes on the wall, they could see that Lu Ming had been here for a while and had already dug out many chaos crystals. They could not figure it out. Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. He continued to excavate the chaos crystals quickly. At this time, he and Xiaoqiu had already dug out 800 chaos crystals. This was definitely a great harvest. Lu Ming's heart was burning. There were still several hundred chaos crystals left. Lu Ming wanted to dig them all out. Attack, capture Yi Chuyu and hand him over to Lord Tianshou for interrogation. The fifth-layer Divine Master roared. Swish. A third-layer Divine Master of the celestial race charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. They were well aware of Yi Chuyu's strength and cultivation. He was only a second-layer Divine Master. A third-layer Divine Master could easily suppress him. Yi Chuyu, kneel down and beg for forgiveness from Lord Tianshou. That third-tier Divine Master expert bellowed. His combat sword became incomparably huge, pressing down on Lu Ming. You're seeking death. Lu Ming's eyes chilled. The war god's spear appeared and stabbed at this person. Clang. The two divine weapons clashed, and the celestial race divine weapon exploded. The war god's spear did not stop, stabbing into the third-layer divine master of the celestial race. Violent destructive energy not only pierced through this person's body, but it also tore it apart, killing him on the spot. Lu Ming had used almost all his strength in this spear attack, except for a few trump cards. Instantly killing a third-layer divine master of the celestial race was child's play. The other celestial race experts were all stunned, staring at Lu Ming in disbelief. How could Yi Chuyu possibly kill a third-layer divine master expert with a single strike? No, you're only a first-layer divine master. You're not Yi Chuyu. Just who are you? The fifth-layer divine master roared as he finally reacted. As soon as Lu Ming struck, his first-level divine master cultivation was naturally revealed. Furthermore, the power that Lu Ming used was not the power of heaven. Therefore, the Yi Chuyu in front of him was not Yi Chuyu at all. Little ball, let's go. After killing a third-level divine master, Lu Ming stopped digging for the primeval crystals. Together with Xiaoqiu, he dashed to the side. That was where they had just entered. You want to leave? Say. The fifth-layer divine master roared, his body leaping up like an ape as he charged at Lu Ming. Violent waves of energy swept toward Lu Ming. Heaven sundering. Lu Ming roared as he used the heaven sundering style, thrusting out several thousand spear lights. Thousands of spear lights, densely packed, were like a shield, blocking in front of him. But when his opponent's energy swept over, these several thousand spear lights were instantly shattered. A mere first-layer divine master wants to stop me? You overestimate yourself. I'll cripple you. The fifth-level divine master heavenly human snorted coldly. His 5 fingers formed into claws, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Chapter 45-76. The celestial race 5th-tier god Lord clawed at Lu Ming. His claw rapidly enlarged, covered in the power of heavenly punishment, engulfing Lu Ming. This terrifying power made Lu Ming's pupils constrict and his muscles tense up. The forbidden energy in his body was pushed to its limit. He had long ago activated the battle character art to increase his fighting strength by 8 times, pushing it to its peak. Swish. The war god's spear in his hand transformed into a ray of light and flew toward his opponent's claw. At the same time, he quickly formed a seal with his hands, using the primitive desolate style. A continent appeared above Lu Ming's head and charged upward. Clang. The war god's spear was the first to be struck, fiercely clashing with the claw, and then it was sent flying back. The claw didn't stop, continuing to claw down at the primitive desolate continent. The primitive desolate continent fiercely shuddered and then exploded from the impact. Lu Ming's body shuddered as he retreated, vomiting blood. A 5th-tier god lord is truly powerful. He's not someone I can fight against. Lu Ming had a grave expression. His opponent had definitely not used his full strength in that attack, but it was no longer something that Lu Ming could fight against. Even if he used his origin energy and used his strongest attack, he would still be no match for his opponent. Lu Ming was shocked, but he did not know that the other party was even more shocked. He had used 70% of his strength in that attack. It had to be known that he was a 5th-tier god lord. Even 70% of his strength was enough to easily suppress a 4th-tier god lord expert. But Lu Ming was only a 1st-tier god lord, Yet he had only been lightly injured after blocking his attack. This was simply inconceivable. How could such a monstrous genius exist in this world? Kill! The fifth-tier divine master of the heavenly human tribe wanted to kill Lu Ming. With a roar, a battle sword appeared in his hand. Sword gleams pierced through the air, bursting forth with dozens of sword qis, slashing toward Lu Ming. The terrifying howling of sword qi made Lu Ming feel a terrible sense of danger. He couldn't take it head-on. He couldn't take this attack head-on, or else he would end up in a miserable state. Swish! Lu Ming transformed into a spear gleam and dashed toward the rear. Want to leave? You won't be able to leave in my hands. His opponent coldly shouted, and the sword qi suddenly accelerated, instantly approaching Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression. Let me slay him. Xiao handed it over and flew out. Its body quickly wriggled and actually turned into a halberd, emitting a terrifying aura. The Qiu's Qiu's origin weapon was a broken halberd. Qiu's gods. The huge halberd slashed out horizontally, shrouding Lu Ming in dozens of sword auras. Chang Dang, the sword aura and the battle halberd collided continuously. In the end, the battle halberd was sent flying. However, there were only a few sword auras left. Lu Ming waved the war god spear and blocked the last few sword auras. Qiu is so strong. To be honest, Qiu's strength had exceeded his expectations. Qiu had just transformed into a halberd, and it had actually erupted with a shred of the might of a source-level divine weapon. Its might was astonishing, and it could definitely kill a fourth-level divine master. It must be known that Qiu's cultivation was only at the peak of the second level of the Divine Lord realm, but it could kill a fourth-level Divine Lord. Such battle prowess was rare even in the entire desolate universe. It was incredibly difficult for a Divine Lord to fight someone one level above them, let alone kill someone 2 levels above them. There were only a few in the entire primitive universe. Evidently, Qiu's battle prowess was definitely related to the fact that it had devoured several damaged source-level divine weapons. Lu Ming decided that if he had the chance, he would definitely find a few more damaged source-grade divine weapons for Qiu to swallow. If it really didn't work out, he wouldn't hesitate to give Qiu an intact source-grade divine weapon. Right? That armor. Lu Ming thought of the armor he got from Yichu Tianji. It was a source-level divine weapon, but it was pierced through by his war god spear. If Qiu ate it, wouldn't Qiu possess the defensive power of a source-grade divine weapon? Would it even need to be repaired? Lu Ming decided that once Qiu finished refining the damaged divine weapon in its body, he would give the armor to Qiu. This is a metallic life form. Very good, this metallic life form will be mine. The celestial race 5th level divine lord expert looked at Qiu, his eyes gleaming with greed. For a metallic life form to possess such terrifying battle prowess and even exude the aura of a source-grade divine weapon was simply inconceivable and unheard of. His greed was aroused and he wanted to take it for himself. Boundless sword light, heavenly punishment in the sky. The celestial race 5th level divine lord expert became serious, his aura erupting as his sword soared into the sky. Heavenly punishment energy filled the air, exuding a terrifying sword might. He was pushing his strength to the limit. Just a bluff. Watch me. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to attack. Qiu messaged Lu Ming, and then its body rapidly transformed into a mirror. It was another source-grade divine weapon, and it exuded a faint aura of one. The mirror shone, and a pillar of light suddenly shot out. The pillar of light rapidly expanded, filling the sky with radiance and enveloping the entire canyon. The celestial race experts were naturally enveloped in this radiance as well. Kill. The moment they were enveloped by this radiance, the weaker celestial race experts actually began to roar and charge at each other. They were actually killing each other. The 5th level divine lord expert was also confused, a look of struggle appearing on his face. Lu Ming, this light of mine can make people fall into an illusion. Hurry up and kill that guy. He's too strong, and the illusion won't affect him for long. Qiu's voice rang out in Lu Ming's mind. He was completely stunned. He hadn't expected that Xiao would be able to create an illusion after turning into a mirror that could make people lose themselves in it. This ability was definitely powerful and could be of great use at a critical moment. Just like this moment, ignoring the shock in his heart, Lu Ming pushed his strength to the limit, and his body turned into spear light. He wanted to use his strongest move to kill that 5th-level Divine Lord Celestial Race Expert. But at this moment, the mountain that had been pierced by the Celestial Race Expert released a terrifying aura. It was as if an incomparably terrifying colossus was rapidly charging over. Boom! The moment that aura entered the canyon, Xiao's illusion collapsed. Not good. It's Yiling Tianshou. Xiao, let's go. Lu Ming roared, grabbed Xiao, and charged toward the entrance they had come from. Although he still had a chance to attack just now, he still had a chance to kill that 5th-level Divine Lord Celestial Race Expert. However, Yiling Tianshou had already rushed in quickly. Once there was a slight delay and Yiling Tianshou arrived, both Lu Ming and Xiao would definitely die. Chapter 45-77. Yiling Tianshou was too strong, much stronger than Lu Ming and Xiao. No matter how mysterious Xiao's mirror was, it could not affect Yiling Tianshou. Putting himself in danger just to kill a celestial race expert was not worth it. Lu Ming was very fast, taking continuous steps as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance they had come from. At this time, Yiling Tianshou also arrived and saw Lu Ming. "Just who are you? Stay here." Yiling Tianshou roared as he slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword light howled toward Lu Ming, its power many times greater than that of the 5th-level Divine Lord from before. One didn't need to think to know that if one were struck by this attack, only death would await them. "Xiao, go!" Lu Ming roared. At this time, Xiao had turned into a suit of armor that wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming jumped down and charged into the hole that Xiao had dug out, causing Yiling Tianshou's sword light to miss and strike the wall, leaving a deep gash in it. "Damn it!" Yiling Tianshou roared angrily. His footsteps were as fast as lightning as he rushed to the entrance of the cave where Lu Ming had disappeared. Looking down, he had already lost track of Lu Ming. Once Xiao left, the illusion disappeared, and the celestial race experts woke up. After waking up, they gasped for breath, inwardly fearful. What a powerful illusion! Many thanks to Lord Tianshou for saving us. The celestial race experts expressed their gratitude to Yiling Tianshou. Who was that person just now? His impersonation of Yi Chuyu was flawless. Even I couldn't see through it. Yiling Tianshou said, his eyes cold. It was clear that his anger had reached its limit. "I don't know. It seems that Yi Chuyu was killed by this person, and the icy fire star silver was most likely taken by this person as well." The 5th-level Divine Lord expert said. "You fought with him just now. Do you know where he came from?" Yiling Tianshou said. "The power that person controls is extremely terrifying and domineering. Moreover, it's very familiar. Yes, it's forbidden power." That 5th-level Divine Master expert suddenly exclaimed in surprise. After all, he was a 5th-tier Divine Master. In the Heavenly Human Clan, and even in the 5 Heavenly Palace, he was considered one of the upper echelons. He had once come into contact with forbidden power. It was just that many years had passed, and he hadn't thought of it before. Now that he thought about it carefully, he suddenly remembered. What? Forbidden power? Could this person be Lu Ming? Yiling Tianshou was also shocked and immediately thought of Lu Ming. He had been overseeing the Stellar Sky continent for tens of thousands of years and was much younger than Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming rose to power, he had already been overseeing this place. However, his connection with the Heavenly Palace did not stop. His father was a powerful celestial master in the Heavenly Palace, so he knew everything that had happened in the primitive universe. Naturally, he had heard of Lu Ming's name. Therefore, when he heard that it was forbidden power, he immediately thought of Lu Ming. Yes, it should be Lu Ming. Lord Tianshou, this person is a great enemy of the Heavenly Palace. Once we capture him, there will be a great reward. A heavenly human said, "That's right. We can't let this person go. Unfortunately, this person can travel underground. Is he not afraid of the underground light?" Yiling Tianshou frowned. If Lu Ming was not afraid of the underground light, then things would be difficult. Lu Ming had been hiding underground and could not be captured. He didn't dare to go underground. With his cultivation, that kind of light could easily kill him. Lord Tianshou, should we report to the Heavenly Palace and have them send more experts to capture Lu Ming? The 5th-level Divine Master asked. Report to the Heavenly Palace's upper echelons? Do you want to expose my secret here? What are your intentions? Yiling Tianshou glanced at this person coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. This person shuddered, his face pale. He dropped to his knees and cried, Lord Tianshou, please forgive me. This lowly one really did not have any other intentions. This lowly one was too eager to capture Lu Ming, so I lost my mind. Please spare my life. Watch your words next time. Yiling Tianshou snorted coldly and continued to instruct, pass down my orders. Send someone to search for Lu Ming. Also, pass down my orders. Tell those trash from the Yan clan to pray every day and speed up the collection of the power of faith. Cut off the remaining 8 lifelines as soon as possible. Yiling Tianshou looked into the depths of the mountain of ancestors, his eyes gleaming with greed. The other heavenly humans obeyed. Lu Ming was led by Qiuqiu along the mine. Soon, they were far away from the mountain of ancestors and appeared in a place hundreds of thousands of miles away. Swoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and looked in the direction of the mountain of ancestors. The heavenly humans will definitely continue to collect faith power to cut off the lifelines. Once the lifelines are cut off, the human race on this continent will be wiped out sooner or later. Lu Ming murmured. He didn't frown. The human race was already weak in the primitive universe, and there were fewer of them now. The Yan clan here was a genuine member of the human clan. Lu Ming did not wish to see this branch of the human clan being annihilated just like that. He had to find a way to stop it. If I can stop the heavenly humans from collecting faith power, they won't be able to continue cutting off their lifelines. But what should I do? Lu Ming murmured, thinking of a solution. That's simple. As long as the people on this continent know the truth about the heavenly humans collecting faith power, they will naturally stop believing in gods. The heavenly humans won't be able to collect faith power. At this moment, Bone's voice sounded. I know that. Unfortunately, I made a mistake and didn't record the scene of the heavenly humans cutting off their lifelines. It's too late now. Lu Ming sighed. If the Yan tribe saw the heavenly humans cutting off their lifelines with faith power, their faith would probably collapse. They wouldn't believe in the heavenly humans anymore, and the heavenly humans wouldn't be able to collect faith power. The key was that he didn't think of this at all. It was too late to regret now. Brat, you should thank this old man. This old man has already recorded everything that happened before with the rest shadow stone. Bone said proudly. It's true. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Of course it's true. Take a look. Bone said. He flew out of Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and handed a rest shadow stone to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look. Sure enough, the scene of the heavenly humans cutting off their lifelines and even their words were recorded. Good, that's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Lu Ming, although your talent is unparalleled and the most intelligent I've seen in my life, you're still too young after all. You haven't considered the problem carefully enough. You still have to consider more aspects in the future. Bone lectured Lu Ming in the tone of an elder, but his voice was full of pride. Yes, Senior Bone Demon is right. Lu Ming nodded repeatedly. He was in a good mood now. There was no harm in letting Bone Demon take advantage of his seniority. Chapter 4578. Lu Ming, when are you going to get me a few Almighty Master Realm Devil Skeletons or Almighty Master Realm Devil Skeletons? I won't be able to recover. Bone Demon complained again. I'll get them when I have the chance. Lu Ming smiled embarrassedly. In fact, it was a little difficult. The skeletons of Divine Lord Demons could only be obtained by entering the Dark Universe. However, the entrance to the Dark Universe was sealed by the Heavenly Palace. How could he enter? Besides, it was not easy to get the skeletons of Divine Lord Demons. Although the demon race was one of the top 10 races, they did not have many Divine Lord Demons. It was not easy to get them. Don't brush me off. Bone Demon was doubtful. Cough cough. Senior Bone Demon, you haven't told me where you came from. You didn't tell me when I asked you. Can you tell me now? Lu Ming immediately changed the topic. With your current cultivation, I can tell you. Listen carefully. I'm the first skeleton after the Eldritch universe was created. Bone Demon said proudly. The first skeleton after the Eldritch universe was created? You were created when the universe was created? Are you a primitive divine spirit? Lu Ming was a little shocked. Primitive divine spirits were also created when the Eldritch universe was created. Bone Demon was the same as a primitive divine spirit. No, I'm not a primordial god spirit. I'm just a skeleton, a demonic skeleton with spiritual consciousness. I speculate that my previous self was an almighty from the previous epoch. My bones have experienced the changes of epochs and the evolution of the universe. Therefore, my life is destined to be extraordinary. I will rise to prominence and live a glorious life. Bone Demon said. Since when did this guy become as arrogant as Dandan? Lu Ming despised him in his heart and said mercilessly, Then how did you end up like this? That's because I was unlucky. The heavenly human race thought I was a primitive divine spirit and surrounded me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Bone Demon was furious. You were surrounded by the heavenly human race? Then how did you get to stay with Senior Jingyu? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Bone Demon had initially stayed in Jingyu's portrait. Back then, I was besieged by the heavenly human tribe and was severely injured. I almost died, but I managed to break through the encirclement and escaped into an ancient ruin to hide. Later on, Jingyu went to explore that ruin and I followed him out. Bone explained. Lu Ming nodded. He finally understood the origin of Bone Demon and its relationship with Jingyu. This was the first demonic bone at the beginning of the universe. When the universe was first formed, intelligence was born. Could it really be, as the Bone Demon had said, that it was formed from the bones left behind by a supreme being from the previous era? It wasn't impossible. Don't worry, I'll definitely think of a way to get you the demonic bone. But first, we'll deal with the problem of this continent. Let's go. Lu Ming flew through the air. After some time, he returned to the residence of the Sea Sect. After returning to the Sea Sect's residence, Lu Ming did not immediately take out the breathing shadow stone. This matter had to be discussed at length. If he took out the breath shadow stone and showed it to the people of this village, although it would make these people no longer believe in the celestial race, it would also attract the attention of the celestial race at the same time. Now wasn't the right time. Lu Ming planned to cultivate and raise his cultivation level first. Then, he would find an opportunity to let the people of the Yen tribe see the contents of the breath shadow stone. Now, he had more than 800 chaos crystals in his hands. He wanted to rush to the second level of the Divine Master Realm in one go. He took out the chaos crystals, absorbed the energy inside, and began to cultivate. Beside him, Qiuqiu continued to refine the remaining energy of the divine weapon in its body, striving to make another breakthrough. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming realized that the Sea Sect had to pray every day for the past few days. It seems that the people of the celestial race are anxious. They want to increase the speed of collecting the power of faith. Lu Ming could easily guess the celestial race's plan. However, it would take them some time to collect enough power of faith. Previously, the celestial race had spent so many years to successfully sever the first lifeline. In a short time, the celestial race should not be able to sever the second lifeline. Lu Ming could cultivate in peace. Lu Ming continued to absorb the chaos crystals, accumulating the forbidden power. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the first level of the Divine Master Realm. He was not far from the second level of the Divine Master Realm. However, it was not easy to break through to the second level of the Divine Master Realm. The amount of energy required was astonishing. Lu Ming absorbed the chaos crystals one after another. Before long, Lu Ming had absorbed 200 chaos crystals. At this time, Lu Ming's accumulation was extremely robust. The accumulated energy in his body seemed like it was about to overflow. "Break for me," Lu Ming growled. He released his energy and charged forward with all his might. This was a natural process. The bottleneck of this minor realm could not stop Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming broke through the bottleneck as soon as he charged forward. His cultivation reached the second level of the Divine Master realm. An astonishing aura emanated from his body. Fortunately, Lu Ming had already set up a simple formation in this room that could block his aura. In addition, he did his best to conceal his aura, so he did not alarm anyone else. Half a day later, Lu Ming's aura stabilized. He had completely reached the second level of the Divine Master realm. The second level of the Divine Master realm is truly much stronger than the first level of the Divine Master realm. As he sensed the vast and surging energy in his body, Lu Ming's eyes were brimming with confidence. In the Divine Master realm, each breakthrough was a massive increase in strength, and the increase in strength would be astonishing. It was far from something a God Emperor could compare to. Right now, my strength alone is enough to contend against that fifth-level Divine Master of the celestial race. If I use my origin energy, killing him won't be impossible. However, there's still a large gap between me and Yiling Tianshou. Lu Ming thought to himself. Yiling Tianshou was a seventh-level Divine Master. Moreover, as the son of a celestial sovereign, his talent was astonishing. His fighting strength far surpassed that of a celestial race expert of the same level. He was far from someone Lu Ming could deal with. Xiaoqiu is also about to break through. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He realized that Xiaoqiu's energy was also beginning to ripple. Strands of powerful energy were seeping out, a sign that it was about to break through. Xiaoqiu had used 10 gene of icy fire star to neutralize the impurities in its body, allowing it to break through to the peak of the second level of the Divine Master realm. It wasn't very far from the third level of the Divine Master realm. As long as it continued to refine the damaged divine weapon in its body, it would easily break through. Lu Ming waved his hand and put Xiaoqiu into the primal chaos ring so that Xiaoqiu could break through on its own. Meanwhile, he continued to absorb and refine primal chaos crystals to consolidate his cultivation. Bang! Suddenly, the gate to the courtyard outside was violently kicked open, and a group of people walked in. "Hai Feng, what are you doing?" Hai Zong's voice came from outside. "What am I doing? I've come to capture someone who doesn't respect the gods." Hai Feng's cold voice resounded. "Someone who doesn't respect the gods? There's no one here that you want," Hai Zong said. Hai Zong said, "No one? Then is Tian Yun still living here? You said that he didn't need to go to the god statue to pray because he was injured, but his injuries have clearly healed, so why hasn't he gone?" Hai Feng roared. Chapter 45-79. In the face of Hai Feng's shout, Hai Zong felt a little guilty. He knew that Lu Ming's injury had already healed. The gods had decreed that after one's injury was healed, one had to pray. Moreover, the gods had recently given a strict order to pray every day. In the past, it was once every 3 days, but now, it was every day. Even the injured had to pray, unless the injury was very serious. Tianyun's injury is very serious, and he hasn't healed yet. That's why he didn't pray. Hai Zong stammered for a long time before he finally said this. Haha, Hai Zong, do you think you can fool me? Let me tell you, I've been sending people to spy on you all this time. I've already discovered that Tian Yun is not injured at all. He's perfectly fine. Not praying when he's not injured? If that's not disrespecting the gods, then what is it? My father said before that not praying when he's not injured is a capital offense. Hai Feng laughed. Hai Zong's face was incomparably ugly and he didn't know what to do. So you want to take this opportunity to make things difficult for me? In the room, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He knew Hai Feng's thoughts very well. On the surface, he wanted to deal with him, but in fact, he wanted to use this matter to suppress Hai Zong and seize the opportunity to seize Hai Zong's crimson stone. How could such a small trick escape Lu Ming's eyes? Lu Ming got up and pushed the door open. Hai Feng, Hai Zong, and the others' eyes fell on Lu Ming. Not good. Why did Big Brother Tian Yun come out at this time? Isn't he confessing without being pressed? Hai Zong was incomparably anxious. On the other hand, Hai Feng was overjoyed and said with a smile, Hai Zong, look, this Tian Yun doesn't look injured at all. He's perfectly fine. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Do you still want to quibble? Big brother Ting. His hometown isn't shrouded in the light of the gods. Moreover, even if he didn't pray, he doesn't deserve to die, Haizong said, still wanting to argue. Doesn't deserve to die? Not praying is disrespect to the gods in your heart. Disrespect to the gods is a capital offense. Do you understand? Min take Tianyun down. Hai Feng ordered loudly. The two strong men behind Hai Feng immediately stepped forward and were about to walk towards Lu Ming. The two burly men had powerful auras. They were empty god realm cultivators. In this village, he could be considered a top expert. Hai Zong stepped forward, blocking in front of Lu Ming. He opened his arms to block the two large men. Hai Zong, you dare to harbor someone who doesn't respect the gods? That's a grave crime, and you'll have to bear the same punishment as Tianyun. Instead of being shocked, Hai Feng laughed heartily. This was exactly the reaction he wanted from the Sea sect. Then he would have a reason to attack. You? Hai Zong's face was pale. Hai Zong, if you know what's good for you, hand over the crimson stone and I can let bygones be bygones. Hai Feng walked up to Hai Zong and whispered to him. So you want my redstone? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Sea sect roared. It's fine if you don't hand over the red stones, but you won't be able to escape the sin of disrespecting the gods. Hai Feng sneered. Gods, even if I don't respect the gods, so what? What qualifications do you have to condemn us? What qualifications do the gods have to condemn us? Hai Zong finally exploded. His eyes were red as he roared out what he wanted to say in his heart. This time, even Hai Feng and the other large men were stunned. They really didn't expect that Hai Zong would dare to speak like this. What qualifications did the gods have? This was much more serious than disrespecting the gods. This was blasphemy against the gods, insulting the gods, and deserved to be cut into pieces. Was Hai Zong crazy? By the side, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Hai Zong was speaking from the bottom of his heart. When he saw Hai Zong praying, the thread of faith was faintly discernible. He knew that Hai Zong probably didn't really believe in the gods, but he didn't dare to show it. Now Hai Zong finally had the courage to say it. He hadn't made a move yet because he wanted to test Hai Zong and see if he had the courage to resist the rule of the gods. He had a good impression of Hai Zong. If Hai Zong had the courage to resist, he wouldn't mind giving him some pointers and giving him a good fortune. Hai Zong didn't disappoint him. Hai Zong, you dare to insult the gods? Hai Feng pointed at Hai Zong and said in a trembling voice. In his opinion, insulting the gods was definitely a heinous crime. The gods would send down divine punishment. Just thinking about it terrified him. So what if I insulted them? In my opinion, the gods are just creatures with stronger cultivation. If we are strong enough, we won't be weaker than the gods. Hai Zong roared. He was going all out. Hai Zong, how dare you? Suddenly, a roar came from afar. A group of people hurried over. The leader was the village chief and some other elders in the village. These people were looking at Lu Ming and Hai Zong angrily. Hai Zong was so lawless. Not only would he hurt himself, but he would also implicate them. They were shocked and angry. They never dreamed that Hai Zong would be so bold. Hai Zong, the gods descended and taught us cultivation methods. They led the Yen clan to glory. You blasphemy against the gods. You deserve to be cut into pieces. The village chief pointed at Hai Zong and shouted angrily. At the same time, he also flattered the gods so that he wouldn't be implicated. Our Yen clan's ancestor had already comprehended the cultivation method from the ancestral mountain. We can also cultivate according to our ancestors' cultivation method. Why would we need to cultivate the cultivation method of the gods? Moreover, the cultivation methods passed down by the gods are not good at all. They are not as good as the ones our ancestors comprehended from the ancestral mountain, Hai Zong refuted loudly. You, the village chief was trembling with anger, but he couldn't refute. He knew that Hai Zong was telling the truth. The cultivation methods that the ancestors of the Yen clan had comprehended from the ancestral mountain were the most suitable for the Yen clan. The cultivation methods passed down by the gods were just icing on the cake. They wouldn't be of much help to the Yen clan. But how could he say that out loud? Could he say it out loud? This was blasphemy against the gods. Those who questioned the gods would be punished by the gods. How dare you? Men, take Haizong and Tianyun down. Destroy their cultivation and burn them in front of the statues of the gods to appease the gods' anger, the village chief shouted. Kneel down. Suddenly, the two burly men who had followed Haifeng here shouted angrily. They grabbed Haizong and Lu Ming respectively with their big hands. The two burly men were empty god realm cultivators. In Haizong's eyes, their auras were unfathomable and he couldn't resist them at all. Moreover, a powerful force had locked onto him. He couldn't even move. Is that it? Grandfather, I'm going to find you. Unfortunately, I've implicated brother Tianyun. Haizong sighed in his heart and closed his eyes. Just as Haizong closed his eyes, he heard a buzzing sound that sounded like the beating of a drum. Then he heard two screams. Chapter 4580. When Haizong heard the two screams, he quickly opened his eyes. He saw that the two burly men from before were covered in blood. Their clothes were tattered, and their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. There was not a trace of life left in them. The two experts that he had thought were unreachable had died just like that. He did not even know how they had died. Not only him, Haifeng, the village chief, and the rest did not know how the two burly men had died. This was because no one had made a move from the beginning to the end. Haizong did not make a move and neither did Lu Ming. The moment the two burly men made a move, they heard a sound that sounded like the beating of a drum. Then, the two burly men seemed to have been hit by a mysterious and terrifying force and died. What kind of evil force did you use? The village chief glared at Haizong and Lu Ming. Besides Haizong and Lu Ming, who else would kill the two burly men? Haizong was excluded from the village chief's list. He knew Haizong well and he knew that Haizong did not have such means. There was only one possibility and that was Lu Ming. This Tianyun had an unknown background and it was normal for him to have some strange means. Here, at this moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth and stepped out with a smile. He pointed at his heart and said, "Just now, it was the power of my heartbeat. They were too weak and could not even withstand the power of my heartbeat." After speaking, Lu Ming shook his head. The power of his heartbeat? Everyone was dumbfounded. He could kill two empty god realm experts with the power of his heartbeat? Who would believe that? Nonsense. You want to confuse us and scare us? Dream on. Men, take down this blasphemer. The village chief shouted. This time, a few elders took action and stepped towards Lu Ming. Tianyun, leave now. Haizong shouted. He knew that these elders were the elders of the village and they had reached the advanced level of the empty god realm. They were not comparable to the two burly men. The two burly men were only at level 1 and level 2 empty god realm. It's fine. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. He was very calm, as if he didn't see the old men coming at him. At this moment, everyone heard the sound of a drum being struck. This time, everyone heard it clearly. The sound really did come from Lu Ming's chest. In other words, it was really the sound of his heartbeat. Oh! Immediately afterwards, several elders cried out miserably. Their bodies flew outwards, suffering heavy injuries. Their bodies were covered in blood. However, he was not dead, only severely injured. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had shown mercy. Since you were also bewitched and pitiful, I'll spare your lives. Lu Ming said indifferently. Actually, Lu Ming also disdained to kill these people. With his current cultivation base and status, these people were really too weak in his eyes. They were not qualified to make him want to kill them. Haizong, Haifeng, the village chief and the rest were dumbfounded. They were tongue-tied and stood there in a daze. Lu Ming had seriously injured a few advanced empty gods with just the sound of his heartbeat. What kind of skill was that? What cultivation base was that? It was too unbelievable and too terrifying. Even a true god would not be able to do that. Could he be a heavenly god? Or a supreme being? However, as far as they knew, there were very few people in the Yen tribe who had reached the supreme being realm. In the entire world, there were only a handful of them. Then, they started to tremble, especially Haifeng, whose face turned pale. With Lu Ming's strength, it would be easy for him to kill him. However, he was overthinking. Lu Ming had no interest in killing him. "Hai Zong, let's go to the deity statue," Lu Ming said. He waved his hand and led Hai Zong to the deity statue in the village. "Why are they going to the deity statue? Let's go and take a look." The village chief and the rest quickly chased after Lu Ming and arrived in front of the deity statue. Lu Ming led Hai Zong and stood in front of the deity statue. "Hai Zong, go and destroy this deity statue," Lu Ming said. He wanted to get rid of the knot in Hai Zong's heart. What? The village chief and the rest were shocked. Lu Ming wanted to destroy the deity statue. That was a heinous crime. Once the deity statue was destroyed, the deity would be enraged. At that time, not only would Hai Zong and Tianyun be killed, the entire village would be buried with them. "Tianyun, you can't do this." "You can't," the village chief shouted. Lu Ming looked at the village chief and a light flashed in his eyes. The village chief felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He staggered back and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was extremely shocked. Just a glance was enough to injure him. This method was simply unimaginable. He no longer dared to open his mouth. Hai Zong was hesitant. After all, the deity statue was deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was the same for Hai Zong. "You were right. The so-called deity statue is just a creature with a stronger cultivation. If you're strong enough, you're also a deity. Instead of believing in the deity statue, why don't you believe in yourself?" Lu Ming said. Hai Zong's body trembled as if he was enlightened. "Instead of believing in the deity statue, why don't you believe in yourself?" Yes. Hai Zong's eyes were extremely bright. He suddenly took a step forward, took out a battle sword, and slashed at the deity statue with all his might. The moment Hai Zong slashed out, Lu Ming silently attached a gush of energy to Hai Zong's combat sword. Otherwise, with Hai Zong's cultivation, he would not be able to destroy the deity statue. Boom! The battle sword slashed the deity statue. The deity statue was instantly torn apart. The power of faith on it also dissipated. "It's over! It's over! It's all over!" The village chief, Hai Feng, and the rest were pale and their faces were ashen. Now that the deity statue was destroyed, the deity statue would definitely descend upon them with monstrous anger. They would all die. At this moment, Hai Zong's eyes were bright. His body was shrouded in a layer of light. His cultivation had broken through. The moment he broke the deity statue, his body and mind seemed to have been baptized. His thoughts were clear, and he was incomparably carefree. It was as if the shackles that bound him had been cut off. He became unrestrained and relaxed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved and looked at Hai Zong's chest. There, a blood-red light spread out. Then, a red stone flew out. It was the red stone. At this moment, the red stone was emitting a dazzling light. From the red stone, red threads extended out and shrouded Hai Zong. The red stone has been awakened. This is to transform Hai Zong and stimulate his potential. Lu Ming saw through the situation at a glance. At this time, the red stone had awakened. Could it be related to the change in Hai Zong's state of mind? Previously, Hai Zong's thoughts were not clear and he was bound by the deity statue. Was that why he could not obtain the recognition of the red stone? Hai Zong's grandfather was also bound by the deity statue. Therefore, even after studying it for a lifetime, he still could not figure out the mystery of the red stone. Just now, Hai Zong broke the deity statue and completely broke free from the deity statue's shackles. Was that why he obtained the red stone's recognition? Everything made sense when he thought about it this way. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. Chapter 4581. Falling in Love with You Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Crimson Stone, it's that Crimson Stone. Hai Feng exclaimed, his eyes filled with greed. However, with Lu Ming beside him, he did not dare to make any moves. Bang! After a while, the Crimson Stone exploded, turning into a thick red mist that completely shrouded Hai Zong. Hai Zong stood there quietly with his eyes closed, allowing the red mist to seep into his body. One could clearly see that Haizong's muscles and bones were constantly wriggling, as if they were being tempered and transformed. Haizong's aura was also getting stronger. In addition to the breakthrough in his cultivation, there was another reason. His bloodline was being transformed, moving in a stronger direction. Amazing, this is really amazing. What bloodline is this? Lu Ming was a little surprised. This was because the aura that Haizong exuded made him feel pressured. This was unbelievable. Even though Haizong's cultivation was breaking through rapidly and had reached the empty god realm, the empty god realm was still a long way away from him. How could he feel pressured? What made him feel pressured was Haizong's bloodline. Although they were both from the human clan, Haizong's bloodline seemed to be of a higher level than Lu Ming's. For example, in the Dragon Clan, when an ordinary 5-clawed divine dragon faced a 9-clawed dragon, their bloodline would be suppressed and they would submit to the 9-clawed dragon. Now, Lu Ming realized that there seemed to be a similar gap between the human clan. For example, Haizong's bloodline that was about to awaken seemed to be of a higher level than Lu Ming's. This made Lu Ming even more curious. It was said that Haizong's grandfather brought the Crimson Stone back from the Mountain of Ancestors. Perhaps it came from the Mountain of Ancestors, but it had such a function. The transformation of Haizong by the Crimson Stone was not something that could be completed in a short time. Lu Ming waited quietly. A few hours later, boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura could be felt coming from the sky, encapsulating the entire village within it. A few figures appeared in the sky, looking majestic. They stood in the sky, emitting a dazzling light. The gods have descended, someone exclaimed. It's over. The village chief and the others turned pale, but they still knelt down respectfully. Welcome, God. Your presence brings light to our humble village. The village chief shouted. 3 heavenly humans, and the strongest is only a first-tier divine master. Lu Ming saw through the cultivation bases of the 3 heavenly humans at a glance, but he didn't take it to heart. These 3 heavenly humans had probably sensed the destruction of the statue and were relatively close to this place. That was why they had rushed over. The heavenly humans who were further away should not have arrived so quickly. The 3 heavenly human tribe cultivators descended from the sky, and their powerful auras caused everyone in the village to tremble. In the Celestial clan, the 2 weakest cultivators had the strength of the 9th great supreme god layer. To the members of the Yen clan, they were extremely strong, as if they were the rulers of the world. However, there were 2 people who did not kneel. Naturally, they were Lu Ming and Haizong. The sea sect was covered by the red fog. That kind of aura was useless against the sea sect, and it was even more ineffective against Lu Ming. The gazes of the 3 heavenly humans naturally fell upon Lu Ming and Haizong. Ha! They exclaimed softly, as if they were surprised by what was happening to Haizong. Were you the ones who destroyed the statue just now? The first-tier divine master heavenly human asked coldly as he looked at Lu Ming. He didn't recognize Lu Ming immediately. Lu Ming had his original appearance and aura. However, these heavenly humans had been in the heavenly star area for tens of thousands of years, and they had never seen Lu Ming before. They had only heard that there was a forbidden body in the primitive universe called Lu Ming, but they didn't know what Lu Ming looked like. In the ruins of the universe, the dreamy divine jade was useless. Yes, it's them. They were the ones who destroyed the statue. They disrespected the gods and dared to destroy the statue. They deserve to die. Haifeng shouted. A ferocious look flashed across his face as he glared at Lu Ming and Haizong. How dare you disrespect the gods? Now that the gods are here, let's see how you die. I'm asking them a question. Do you have the right to interrupt? Shouting in front of us is a crime punishable by death. The first-tier divine master heavenly human coldly looked at Haifeng and extended a finger, sending out a wave of energy. Bang! Haifeng's body exploded, his body and soul annihilated. In their eyes, the Yen race was just a bug that could be killed at will. The other Yen race members were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although the village chief was furious and heartbroken, he didn't dare to say a word. The gods were too powerful. Any one of them could destroy their entire world. No one could fight against the gods. They were on a completely different level. This was why the gods were so high and mighty. You dared to destroy the statue of the gods. Very well, tell me, how do you want to die? The first-tier divine master heavenly human looked down at Lu Ming, his voice cold and dignified. Unfortunately, I don't want to die. Lu Ming casually shook his head. You don't want to die? After destroying the statue of the gods, you have to die even if you don't want to. Cripple his cultivation, break all his bones, and then feed him to the 100-jointed worms. The first-tier divine master heavenly human spoke to a 9th-tier divine master heavenly human. He thought that Lu Ming was also a member of the Yen race on this continent, so he didn't take Lu Ming seriously. Moreover, before Lu Ming made a move, he could not tell Lu Ming's cultivation level at all given his cultivation level. Yes. A 9th-tier divine master heavenly human accepted the order and descended from the sky. With a flick of his finger, energy shot toward Lu Ming. These energies were aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. They wanted to cripple Lu Ming's cultivation and break all his bones. Soon, these energies were about to reach him. Lu Ming took a deep breath and exhaled. Bush. A powerful force came out of Lu Ming's mouth. The attack of the heavenly human tribe's 9th-level great god realm elder was dispersed by the force of this breath. Silence. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. The heavenly human tribe members were stunned. The village chief and the others were also stunned. Especially the village chief and the others. They couldn't wrap their heads around this. An almighty and powerful deity had made a move, but Lu Ming had dispersed his attack with a single breath? How was this possible? They thought they were dreaming, so they rubbed their eyes and pinched themselves. However, reality proved that they weren't dreaming. Everything was real. The heavenly human tribe members, especially the first-tier divine master heavenly human, narrowed their eyes in fear. Even he couldn't blow away a 9th-tier divine master heavenly human's attack with a single breath. A divine master? Lu Ming was definitely a divine master. However, the Yen race on this continent couldn't possibly have a divine master. Lu Ming had come from the primitive universe. Who are you? How dare you go against the heavenly human tribe? The first-tier divine master heavenly human roared. I'm the one who's going to kill you. Lu Ming said coldly and attacked aggressively.